about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. In discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, all unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
Vixerbot says.
T-minus 4 minutes.
Sadistic Boar says. Hi Lechon.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, all unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know
Vixerbot
what I mean.
says.
Got high
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unroll the secrets, all unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, all knowledge will explode.
welcome in, and hi! I'm tired today, so I had planned, to stream at 8. I was like, I don't know if it's the heat, it's warm again here, but I'm kind of slow today. So my kids closing the door aren't too loud. Yeah, so this just popped up here at 11, as it does every day at 11 and 19, reminding me to keep studying. Just a sec. Gubben, vill du någonting? Hej! Vaknade du precis? Okej. Vill du att jag ska fixa mat till dig? Okej. Jag kommer jättesnart. Big luck. So, my 16-year-old who I checked in on for a bit ago, summer break just started. He was sleeping. No, he was awake. It was good timing, right? I finally managed to. I always feel like I want to stream all the time, it's not like it's ever hard to do it or anything. Today I was just like very tired. Very tired today. We'll see if this can give me some energy to do some stuff. I think so. Anyway, right, I found some images of when my kids were tiny. So this is 2017. Oh, and yeah, and this is it was his 14th birthday 5 days ago now. My youngest. So, as you know, I'm not secret about who I am, so no problem finding me on just LinkedIn or wherever. Yeah, so we almost finished this one, so that's one thing we could do, but also I'm a bit tired, and this is the last bit of trying to find a way to escalate privileges on this box. And yeah, I'm tired, so maybe that's not the smartest thing to do. I don't know what else I had up here. Oh, Ghidra. I was installing Ghidra on my PC. Yeah. And then I have Black as Python that I wanted to start. And I sent them messages asking, is it okay to do this on stream, showing your book on stream? I haven't had a single reply. So I'm thinking, well, I'll just start doing it without showing the book and just doing the stuff, So maybe that's one thing we could do. Or we can continue on the network copy program that I've started. That would be then programming, though I guess the Python would be too. Right? Just different levels. So let's see if we pop up the notes here. So where do I have the programming stuff? My notes are also public. It's on my GitHub. Sorry, my throat apparently didn't wake up either. Python. Yes, we did do a new one here if we were doing Python thing, but where's the other one? Yeah, I think it's actually in InfoSec, because I was making tools. Right. So I did this Chrononym thing. This is a separate repo, so it's not in this one. Here's the NCP one. And this is not the main code because it's on my VM. This is just a copied. So I might not have copied the latest. And this does not have syntax highlighting either, so we'd start something else if we wanted to see that. But the idea was just to do... I was annoyed by having to do netcat file copy. Where there were not, any other possibilities. So I thought, why not try and make a little program for that? Using sockets to copy basic stuff, and just having a recursive function where you can just download all the files recursively. And so far we have connection and communication, so the next thing is to transfer the list of files and then copy the files. So that's what we should do if we do that project. I don't know if it was some time. It was a month ago because I've really been focusing on the
Hack
cybersecurity
says,
studies.
Hi.
Hi, welcome in. I'm a bit tired today, so sorry if I'm slow. I'm trying to decide what should we do. Should we get started with this? Though I mailed them.
Are
They
you
haven't
root on
replied. If it's
Skynet?
okay. No. So I haven't finished Skynet. So we still have the root bit left. So we have this left too.
I sent you a message on Discord.
Oh, okay. I don't want any hints though. So if it's a hint, don't tell me. Give me hints. So I'll look in Discord, but you have to tell me it's not a hint first. Let's see, what else do I have? What's this? Oh right, there was just some new thing that was there.
Not hint really. Understanding the checkpoint function of tar.
Oh right, we were doing that. I don't remember what I was doing. I'm just tired today. Right, that was the thing we were doing. I didn't even remember that. So yeah, okay, we can open Discord. Let's do that. Let's just tab back. I was also going to actually redo the SQLi room, because I lost my notes apparently, and I thought it was kind of nice to have those notes because they were useful in several boxes. And when I moved those notes from Google Docs, I also started this one. So I have Annie too, and this one I actually have SSH on. Just got SSH on, so it's kind of nice to continue there too. And I'm doing several because this one was Gar's events I started before there, and then I didn't actually do anything. Right? Was that the one I had network problems? No, it just, right, I remember it. I had to run the exploit like 45-50 times for it to work, and it was just very, very unstable, and I had bad luck. Because suddenly it just worked. The same thing over and over, and it worked suddenly. So, yeah. Just unstable. And here I was just looking at what rooms could I just do to get a point yesterday. I was like, I need to do something. So I think I started this when I clicked the introduction. So what's this? Yeah, right, because someone asked me for a job, you know, if I was interested in a job in this. So I was like, do I know that? Oh, right, so this is ED user management and stuff, right? I've done that a lot. So maybe, we'll see. I'll have to answer her. Because that's not, you know, it's hard, because I need a better job, and if it's a remote job, I want a job, because I need a job. But I also want to not just take a job and then just like, okay, sorry, I got a better one 2 weeks after that, right? Then you should be very clear that this is not the perfect thing that but is it? Maybe it is. If it's interesting, if you research it a bit more and it's very interesting, I actually minimized a lot of stuff. I was starting to research it because I had like a lot of YouTube videos up. Alright, and I had a tip about this. Tiny technical tutorials. Alright, yeah, this was with... yeah, so let's put this one in here too, because that popped up there. Yeah, and also Wayback Machine, because one of the links from the cheat sheet was no longer available, so I got it up here this way. But I have it up here now. The MS Venom cheat sheet. Yeah, so let's see if this got started. And let's go to... Yeah, and I noticed also Al-Hasred was going to stream, and then he had a planning mistake. Was this it? Yeah, this is probably it, right? So, so I actually tried clicking this yesterday, but my internet was totally dead. So I was up a bit too late yesterday too, because of that in part, because I was like, I want to see that it works before I sleep. And also one of my kids was a 16-year-old. He was like, "There's no internet, Mom. There's no internet." You know. So I think that at 0:10, my internet provider probably just did some maintenance, you know? Because it was just past midnight. And before Monday, they wouldn't want to do it in the week. They wouldn't want to do it in the weekend when everybody was using their internet the most, probably, right, at home. So I'm thinking probably it was some maintenance. Let's actually look, because I'm a bit curious, because it was all dead. So it was also my phone's internet, a totally different internet provider, you know? So my phone's internet was dead too. And it was, never happened to me. I was like checking TV, there's not a catastrophe happening or anything, you know? Internet not working? No, that doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. So, so let's just quickly look. So 0612, internet affected, broadband. So this is not now. This is the 12th. So my youngest birthday. So God, it's sweaty. I felt how it was running sweat on my back. But okay, let's finish Skynet, okay? We'll do it. I know you want to. Planned. So it was a planned in the planned work here. So I was probably right. The 27th? No, it's not the 27th. It's the 17th. So nothing here. This is very odd. I almost have to call them later just to see what on earth. No? Look. Yeah, so planned work. It's because it was like 10 past midnight, so I thought it must be. So it's supposed to be finished at 6, right? So if I would have been able to access any internet, I could have checked this up. But I don't usually pop in here just to see if they plan to do something. Right. Let's just check what it was. Moving equipment. Well, cutting cables to a new node in Rotterdam. Okay. That's where I live. So they just cut the fiber and connected more stuff in there. And that's why. Kinda obvious, right? Well, if they cut the cable, we don't have internet. No fiber, no internet. And this is not very usual. So how do you get like notifications of this? That would be kind of interesting, because yesterday it was like, oh my god, I don't have internet. I'm very curious though why my mobile internet didn't work either. Are they also connected to this? They must be. That's the only reason. Like, it could be. Last time I had problems with my internet. Well, I guess I'll just close this down. I won't call them. I don't have the. Why would I, you know? It would be to get notifications, but I don't think they probably send those out anyway. So let's see. Right, so one thing before we get started, I just realized that I have a lot of stuff to upload from Twitch to YouTube. So before we really get started, let's just do this. So hello Twitch. I want to go to video producer. Let's just
If you hop
quickly
back
check.
on Skynet, I am interested to know why brute forcing the login portal with Hydra failed when filtering on error but then succeeded with the other string.
Yeah. We'll do Skynet. I'll just check. I'll just click two things here. First, I need to check which one is the next one I'm going to do. It's this Alfred. No, stream. It's the 5th. Oh, the tiny short one. So I'll just click this one because these take like 9 hours. So I have to spread them out. But this is a very short one, it's just 15 minutes. So we might do another one in a bit. Because all of the streams I make, you know, I don't want them to just go into the void. So this must be it, right? It's 15 minutes. So I'm just clicking export, public, start export. Done. So now let's go back to this one. Yeah, why did error not work? I kind of assumed that we got error from different things, or maybe the error string was also in the successes, but not the other message. That's why I assumed, but we can look in the successful login and see if the string error is in there. That's what we'd have to do then, but we can do that. Let's start it. And we're 20 minutes in. Me just not deciding what to do for 20 minutes. I guess... Oh, right! So the title of the stream is Skynet. Because on the YouTube one, I set it to something else. I set it to random stream, what should we do? You know? Okay, then I get it. We'll definitely do Skynet. I already had decided. But it was like, what should we do today? Let's open the YouTube one too, so I can set the title there. I didn't change the title of the Twitch one. You see here's what it is. Only do Skynet. I already had decided. Sorry for the double audio. I don't really get why people subscribe to this one, but they do, apparently. 99. So it's like 10 since I looked last. Am I not? Oh, right, I'm on the wrong account. So let's go to this one. And then I can just click the update here. Edit. That's what I was going for, you know. Here, we'll change this one to this and save, and we're done. This one will take a few minutes to start. Let's start the VM. I'll close this one down. We'll do this. Yeah, actually, yeah, let's start it. I should actually look what the error message there is, right? Control Alt. There, we can move the mouse. It's kind of warm. It's 30 degrees inside. It's 51.2 outside, so I'm not opening the window. It's on the roof, you know, roof heat from the sun. So it's not actually 50 degrees in the air. That would be kind of warm. Celsius. Just logging in here. And let's go back to chat. I did update, right? No, because I just copied it. That was the right one. Twitch had the right. And let's go to Discord and I'll read the messages. I hope you don't mind having this on stream. Just before you ended, discuss the idea maybe the action associated with the exec part of the tar commands need to be viewed in the context of the path of the user executing the tar command. There's a little proof of concept that validates that idea. In the image, the first tar command failed as the program sh is not part of the user. Is not in the path of the user executing the tar the second time. Tar is run successfully after moving program sh under bin, which is part of the path of root. Program sh. Yeah, but we cd into the directory. Let's just look here. I'm a bit tired. Just reading anything is like... I'm sorry. It's not the right day for this, really. That's why I thought about doing other things. Cat program sh.
That is my point. Regardless of doing cd, your directory is not in your path.
Yeah.
Freedom Thou says, no need to overwork, take a test and water.
Thank you. Since I by mistake titled the stream Skynet on Twitch, I guess I'll have to write. But I'm a bit tired.
Arrest.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. That's kind of you. Yes, actually, I drank a bit of this actually, see if it makes me wake up, but I'm very tired today. I don't know why. I probably, so Saturday, I like cleaned all of the house.
I have drank
because
2
we
of
were
those iron wired lol.
Yeah, because we had guests and there was a mess, you know. Always when you have guests, you go through the house, you clean everything. So I was like cleaning for 6 hours or something. And then we had the guests, and that was like nice, sitting down, eating cake. Though I fixed everything still, you know. And then after that, I don't know, I fixed something else. And then yesterday, I like defrosted the freezer, and it was like running back and forth, wiping everything off because it's just melting, you know. Going with a heat gun into the freezer, trying to make it quicker. All of the stuff, and then I was doing other stuff too, and getting some stuff back that I cleaned away Saturday. So I've been running around all weekend, you know, not resting as I usually. I take it a bit slow on the weekend, sleep a little late. So I haven't really rested this weekend. I've been running around like crazy instead. And I do have to remove the flea market too, because actually a neighbor did complain now about the flea market, so I need to remove that too. So I have more things that I have to run around and do. So that's why I think maybe this will wake me up a bit. I don't know, we'll see. I will try to focus on Skynet. I will try. So in Linux, of course, the path is not, the current directory is not the path. And that's why we might have to do the /, which we couldn't add. But we could, of course, we can't make commands.
I think
really.
You are doing great. It take a lot of time to learn the commands. I still struggle.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of like half cheating since I used Unix since like 94 or something, right? And I started with DOS long before that, like 85 maybe. But still, I don't even remember the DOS commands now. I have to like relearn DOS. It's kind of embarrassing when I have a DOS 4 or 5 manual in the attic.
Yeah, the first one I used was DOS, but I could never actually run anything on it. Lol.
Okay. Oh, I did like machine code in
I
DOS.
just smashed the keys as child.
Okay. Yeah, I did assembler, but also machine code to the old, very very much more limited than now PCs. So that was kind of long time ago. So I think I should remember some of it, right? Some of it should still be up here somewhere. Anyway, let's get to reading.
Then the first real machine I understood was Winx Pooey 1998, maybe tongue.
Okay. Oh yeah. Windows XP. I actually have a Windows XP laptop over here we can test stuff with later. First I thought I'll install Linux on it, and then I thought, oh, this is a great machine to run the old, hacking XP stuff on.
I meet you have XP?
Yeah, it's an old XP laptop. It's over here. I think I have like 7 laptops. How did that happen? No, but I actually brought it all here for the lab now.
I still enjoy XP, just it's offline.
Oh, yeah. So this is not really a machine I use. It was just from old stuff I got from my parents. I threw all my old laptops and everything away, and now I'm like, oh, I should have kept some of that old stuff. Especially, I had this very tiny laptop. I think it was this big. Like the maximum, I think it was like 35,000 Swedish crowns when it was new in 2000. It would have been kind of nice to have Linux on that one. I never thought of like installing something else. I don't know what I had on that. Maybe it was running Windows 2000 or something. I don't know. Maybe even 98. Anyway, let's do it here.
I loved Ubuntu back in the old days.
Yeah. So I had like FreeBSD and NetBSD and stuff, but I don't, and Slackware, I guess, and I don't remember it all. Because I was mostly just Windows in between there, So most of my, in the time, old days, more like Unix, Linux, Amiga. I had dual boot on my Amiga with some BSD version there. But then I just had Windows. Well, of course, also like Sun OS for the firewall, stuff like that. But mostly just Windows. And it's so warm here, I'm kind of dying. We'll see.
Yeah, I remember Sun OS.
Yeah, so I don't really know right now. but it's mostly been Windows now, so I'll have to... I will look at the image now, I won't forget. So, poor on the hack here. I will read your
Did you
stuff.
ever use Winamp?
I'll finish it. Yeah. And I remember also we used to have music mod files, You had this Alex Foley song, and all the... Oh, that was fun. Anyway, those were so tiny too.
John Rosemary says, good morning.
Good
Freedom
morning,
Thou
John.
says, GM. Translated from Vietnamese.
Oh, cool, you knew Vietnamese. That's cool. I'll continue reading now. So, yeah, dot program sh, cat program sh. LSL, yeah. Echo path. Tar cf. sh tar removing leading / from member names. Not found. Okay. from member names. Yes, it doesn't find the program message. It's very nice to test it on your local machine, see how it works. What we could do is to check for someone else's solution, what they did, of course. That could be one way to do it, but it's nicer to find it without checking, right? So MV program message to bin program message. Yeah, so move it, you're thinking moving it somewhere. Since this is not actually, it doesn't need to be in there. The arguments is what needs to be in that directory. And then we can have this in its path, in root's path. That's your plan, right? So, if we have permissions to write there, that's the problem we might have. Tar cf no one. Yeah. So you're currently root. Of course you can write in the bin. Can a normal user write in the bin directory? That's the question. And we're also www, data. We're not a real user even. Were there several images here? Or is it just one? No, it's just something behind there. So I was thinking it looked like several first. You made the comment during the stream that the cron job does cd, which is where the MSF Venom executable has been created and where the tar command is executed. In my example also tar is executed under home test where program is your side, and that fails. Yeah, so this is confirmed. Maybe there is a possibility of having the MSF Venom executable written to a directory in the path of root. However, unless a directory like TMP is in the path, it's like you will not be able to create files. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure if that info can be used here. Right. So what do you think, people? Should we do it instead of me doing it all by myself, as I usually do? I don't want hints, Let's do it together this time, right? So this time hints are welcome because I'm retired. And also we kind of like very close, right? We could also look for other ways to do it, but it looks so obvious that this is the intended way. So maybe they even have made an exception and made this data be able to write into the etc, or etc directory. We could have odd permissions because this is an intended way.
OnTheHack says, the real hint is to understand why it worked when you took info from your previous notes.
Yeah. So I could look.
If you want, I can comment on that.
Yeah, you're welcome to if you want to. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, I was kind of thinking I would do it. Yeah, I'm looking at chat, waiting. Okay. By the way, let's just click here so we don't have any.
I think your note comes from the Linux Privé's room by 0xTib3 reuse.
Okay. I don't think I've done that though. Or maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Let's just. Was it here? Right. So I would probably, by the way, put this in cybersecurity.
If you redo that one, you should check the path in that one, and it will be clear.
Okay. But you can just tell me now, cause I'm not like in no hint mode today, cause I'm seriously like, I feel like my head is sleeping. So that's why I was thinking of doing other stuff. And maybe I was thinking like doing that Web Academy thing because it was very easy and slow and very hinty.
The pod in that one in lucis/home/user, where the venom executable resides.
Okay. So the most important thing here is to make sure that the notes are correct for next time, right? So if there's something missing in my notes, then
that
we
is
need
why
to
it
add
worked
stuff.
there, but not here.
Okay, because the home user was in the path there, then. So here we have Skynet. Let me just remember this box. I don't remember a thing. Because I've been doing other stuff in between. So let's first see. We had... Right, so this is the one where we had mail. And we had SMB. And we had this page. And maybe I shouldn't stream today because my head is so slow.
But you have to do the learning the hard way because that does not come with the room text.
Yeah. Right, so here, what did I find here?
Great learning for me.
Mail. Okay, nice. So SRC, yeah, that's where all the files were. And then we looked at the mail. Yeah, I just tried it to do that to see if we could find any more information. And then we did SMB. And we found both the username and that we had read-write to this anonymous, and that we needed more access here. Right. So sorry for going through it all because my brain don't just work today. It doesn't just work. It's slow. Yeah, we got all the files. I remember already 2 files were interesting here. We had his full name too there. And a hint on the password. And we had a list of passwords. So I kind of connected those, which it was not. And then we run this, right. And as you mentioned, when we did Hydra, it failed with error, but this worked. So there we could just look after the successful login on the file we got, of course, and see if it has error in it, because that would like tell us why. It must have been like that. I can't see anything else, why error would have failed and this worked. Must have been that error was also in the file, somewhere. And then we had a lot of mail. Alright, and we haven't used all of the information from the mails right yet. Did we look what this is? I don't think so. We don't know what this is yet. Maybe this is some big interesting thing here. And we don't know yet. We could start with
Hydra
looking at
is
this,
a strange
actually.
beast when it comes to HTTP post form in my experience.
The biggest problem, and it's not like I have it once, but several times, is that we have this, how on earth should I find what is actually the correct and the bad thing, right, And this didn't tell me much. They seem to be all the same length and everything. I did not count the dots though, if that's some messages too cryptic for me today. Then we could use this. but yeah, we logged into the mail with that one, and then we got the SMB password here. Right. You can see I'm not following along with what I'm reading even today. Well, we're allowed to have slow days, right? I hope so. You'll have to be my brain today. Yeah, right, and I downloaded it all instead of just looking there. And then I just read one file. It could have been quicker, this. And then we got this one, and didn't look like anything, so we did GoBuster on it. And then we found the administrator one, so we looked at that. I'm hoping my brain will wake up. I've almost finished this one now.
As a way of troubleshooting Hydra, I set up an environment variable that Hydra uses and that precedes the traffic to burp. I found that very useful.
Proxies, I guess. Yeah.
Proxies.
That's great. Because I did send the GoBuster traffic to burp. I've proxied that to burp. And that was kind of like a lot of traffic. But when you do Hydra, that might be more useful.
Do Hydra H to find that in variable.
Yeah. So I'll actually do a post-it. I have post-its here somewhere. Let me get them. Pen. So Hydra, because I don't trust my brain to remember stuff right now, so I'm writing it down. So Hydra check to proxy burp. There. So post it in front of me, and when my brain wakes up I will look at it. I could do it now, it's not like it's complex, but I'm thinking I'll continue reading and stay on track here. So you're googling copper CMS gave this, and we have this exploit here, right? Yeah, so we got this, and we got some more information. And also we had this password here that we haven't used for anything yet. It might not be anything, or we might just log in as this into the mail or this thing. We didn't log in here. Let's do that. Why not? You know, we have two things to check now that I didn't do on this box before we get to the tar thing. We're going to the tar thing. I'll just start the VPN here. What? So the keys just disappeared. Oh, right. I managed to click twice. There. Password. So usually, you know, Mondays and Wednesday I try to make it to school at 12, but now it's spring, or it's summer break. We have just infinite time. And I was thinking maybe now I should start working Mondays and Wednesdays mornings, but the thing I'm working with, you know, it's not like what I want to work with. And I don't think there's like an infinite amount of work either, so I can work how much I want there, but I still have to find things to work with. So I'm there as a consultant. Yeah, so I'm like, you don't have to see me logging into the VPN, but now we're at the desktop of the Kali machine. So let's get stuff started here. And let's update the... Alright, I shouldn't have started burp first. let's update host first, so I don't have to enter stuff into. Let's just cancel this. Yeah, because I did say that. And I haven't even checked that the machine is started yet, but of course it has. It's been started for 30 minutes. I'm so quick today. It's like amazing speed. So we have to update. Oh my god. I feel so, it's like I have like syrup in my brain, you know, and in my fingers. So 28 to 20, and this is correct, so we just SX there. And now we start burp, and I don't have to change settings in there because it's already there. That's always nice. And then we're going to go to the next start burp. Let's go back to the notes, and right before, let's go to of course chef is the chef's hat. I should have learned that by now, right? So I'm thinking if I paste this in here, right, we should have something here from binary. From binary, can you do this? Oh my god, that was so easy, and I didn't do it last time. But also 0 to meet. Seriously. You know, that's what the other mail said. That's what the other mail said. Where are the mails? So this one had the same as this. It's just one of these lines. So I'm kind of thinking, well, let's add it here. Cyber chef. So I've never done binary, so we did learn something here. Let's just, oh my god, let's copy that and paste it here. It was fun though. It was funny. Funny. Though I'm still like, what? And I'm even more sweaty. And it's 0.2 more degrees here. But it's actually cooling down outside. It's 30.1 inside, 36 outside. It used to be 50 something outside. So I can open the window soon. Maybe I shouldn't have a bit of a... Though we will hear the cars too. So so let's continue. Next thing is actually trying to log in as the root here, because yeah, you know, maybe we have other permissions. If we were to get shell from there, and we're still like getting shell, right? Let's go back to the notes quickly and finish actually looking at them. So I read this, and this is where we're at. We had this here, this URL, which should work since I updated my host file. I can't talk even. So hi there, YouTube. So let's see. So let's see. I'll just let's continue looking here. Yeah, right, so we did this. So now let's actually log in here as this user, root password 123, right? A thing we might even have tried. Oh my god, I have the sunshine from, I can't see anything here, it's just grey on grey. That's minimized, but so is this another box? I think so, right? So let's go to this one and we should get the login, and let's do root and password 123 here. So I think maybe my brain is waking up a tiny bit. Use a valid username and password to gain access to administrator. So we pop back to the same, right? Even if I do 123 123 here and submit, we get the same again, right? So we could only log in, we couldn't use this. Well, let me double check again. Root password 123 and double check. Let's just see that first. I have root, right? Typing with the right. It's not something else. Also, I could see that there. I'm not tired at all. What's the password I was going to try? So, nothing. So this password is still like a mysterious thing that we probably will never use then. And what we did look in with here is, I don't remember. Let's cheat and actually look at my notes. So right, this one I did. Let's actually remove that because it wasn't any important information there. Here we got this one. So everything is not in here because we do have the Hydra here. Over here, right? Did I put this in there? I must have. So let's see. It should start with 80. Yeah, here it is. I'm just blind. So we use that to log into the mail. Then we use this to log into the SMB. But what did we use at this Kappa CMS thing? I'm like totally lost here. Didn't we log in? We didn't log in. I don't think we logged in at all. I think we just checked and we found this one. So we didn't log in. Or did we? Whatever. Let's just run this one to confirm that we still have stuff working. Alright, so this. It's to tell me if stuff is under my face there. I can just move it. But it seems like that corner is the best. Out of the way place. So still working, right? Meaning what did I do later? So I'm sorry for not remembering remembering everything today. Yeah, so here we have the shell. So I didn't put in my notes exactly what I did. So let's look at this and remember more. Alright, I do have these in my notes, I'm sure. I'm sure I put them in my notes. Where did I put them in my notes? Did I put one under here again? One, but not the right one. So in between here and on the bottom of the web one. Yeah, I put them here on top, not at the bottom. So it would have been more logical to put them underneath here, right? But let's just run it. Yeah, so we can use a URL. And the one we did, we should actually be able to see in the browser's history, right? Oh my god, I'm so inefficient here today. So if I just slowly go back here, and we do an H here. No? Okay. Anyway, what I did have that I popped up here was the actual path here, what we have used. So this is the shell I used, right? So well, let's just copy it. So sometimes it's nice to have stuff. We need, of course, to open the HTTP server again, and I'll just type the IP first. 21.36 dot not dot colon, let's do 8000 as usual, and then I'm going to paste that path, and let's go back here and just Python there, and we'll also start netcat, of course. I'm sure it's 4443. So let's run this, and it worked as it should, which is nice. So my memory wasn't like totally lost there, at least. But this time let's actually make notes, because apparently last time I didn't take note of this one, that was actually how we got there, right? So the end of the web here, what we actually run to get it working. So used to get shell there. That's kind of important. And then we have what we did last time, and I have not cleaned this up or anything, it's just straight log from what we did. We got the user one here, and then we started to look a bit more. Yeah, and I found at once here this backup sh here, and this is interesting with the paths here now. So what is a run here? It is with a full path, meaning that we probably don't have the path here. Also here we have the path of it. So use our local bin, sbin, bin. So these are the paths that inside here. So burp just popped up there, a message. That is the page, it timed out there. Which is nice because this means we got to the shell as we should, right? So not an error. So this is interesting. I'm thinking, should I put this bit here? So we cut this bit and we cut this. This is really the most interesting bit here. That's just a prompt. So I'm just copying this, going to put it in the notes. So yeah, this is the funny directory that it didn't find the secret directory. So everybody is quiet now. You're allowed to talk, you know. But you think you will derail me totally today? You might. But also I might become more awake if someone talks to me. Right, so I pressed Ctrl C by mistake, I think. No, that was a... Alright, that was a C. C or Z? We did the Python thing just to get it a tiny bit better. Maybe I should do more this time. I also run bash, I remember. So make sure we did have a bash shell, not just sh. Right, let's... no, I think this will hop back when I won't remember where I was scrolling. So this is all the tests, right? We created these. There's also a chance that the first time might be easier, right? And then I also tried to just sudo root there, because you know we had this password. So let's make one of these here. This is the interesting bit. We don't have to look at it all the time. We have the path. Let's check if we can write to any of these directories. That's kind of the most interesting thing here to test then, right? But first, I'll just bash, and I'm typing in there in the notes. So bash, and that worked very nicely. Let's do ls. Let's do. I'm just scrolling to my. You can watch. So I'm scrolling down to my Linux. Linux exploration, and we're going to open the start here one because I'm going to copy the Python line, but I should type it right. Let's practice. Even if I'm tired, I'm going to practice. So Python. No, I don't remember it today. C. Yeah. And then is import pty. Pty dot spawn. Yeah, this is very simple. I should remember this. I can't back, right? So there. So then then we have bash here anyway, so when I do this I don't need to do normal, just bash, right? Because we already have it there. So I just typed it instead of copying. So now we have a bit of a nicer one. You still have the echo and everything. Should I do the full thing? I guess so, right? Let's do it all today. STDY raw echo FG, yeah. So we're a bit safer now too. I guess we'll export term. I never do this one, but I should be oh my god, I'd never do ls. I was like, what output is that? That's odd looking, right? Right, I was thinking also we could...
Typo, extreme instead of sturm.
Did I do that? I told you you'll have to be my brain today. Chat is the brain today. I'm too tired for this. I was going to do other stuff today. And then now we're at Skynet anyway. So, will have to help me today. Today, hints are allowed because I'm very not working brain today. I'm too tired. I'm not sleepy, I'm just like tired. Too much work during the weekend. Yeah, so we can already see there that we have no write on bin. Let's open up the write stuff here again, and this is the I said this is, and I'm like, where is it? Right, because I typed there and it just disappeared. I started typing bash there instead. So it just disappeared. So let's do, and I'm typing again in the notes. So LSLA, and we're going to do USR, local SBIN, right? That's the first. So no write, and I can now up arrow up, which is nice. So we don't have write permission to this one either. So let's do LSLA SBIN. All right. My God. Why did I do this?
The D option of ls is good to check the permission of a directory. Without D, you will list the contents of the directory instead.
Yeah. So I should have done a lot. So ls, or I should have just added the D there. And then we have bin, so I can just cheat and USR SBIN and USR bin. Yeah, so no success. might there be another path than the ones in the cron tab? Oh, that's a wrong click. There. So this is the one in the cron tab. And we can also see it's SHL. Maybe I should just look randomly for other stuff.
There may be another path, but the cron tab path works with a proper synapse for tar checkpoint.
So, as I said, you're allowed to help me a lot today. Do you have any suggestion for what syntax we could use for checkpoint time?
I will paste my command in a second.
We could also look at a walkthrough, what commands other people have used. Because this is too obvious, I think, for this not to be the way they intended us to progress. It's too obvious, right? Maybe I should have done this another day anyway, but you seemed really like you wanted it today.
tar/cf/dev/null/dev/null checkpoint equals 1 checkpoint action equals exec equals /bin/sh.
Yeah, but the problem is that we didn't find any way to put a slash in there, in the checkpoint. That was the problem. That's what we tried a lot. There was no way to put a slash in the checkpoint file name. That's where we got stuck. Let's scroll back up. And
you are right. Sorry, wrong copy/paste.
Yeah, because I was trying a lot here and we just got unrecognized option as soon as we put these in here. And I tried also to there might be other ways to do it, but with the ones I had in my notes it didn't work. What else was it that I tried? To echo it, right? To echo them, and it works very nicely without the special characters. Well, not in the wrong directory. But with the normal ones, it works. But if the file is not found, because it's not in the path, but also it depends on how tar works. If tar might
tar/cf/dev/null/dev/null checkpoint equals 1 checkpoint action equals exec equals bash my web link.
Because bash would use the current directory.
Then you put my web link.
Yeah. Because bash would use the current directory because it can handle that, while tar couldn't. Nice.
Inside my web link.
Yeah, or we
Option 1.
Yeah, we could do anything there. So the thing is just to get the using bash.
Chmod plus s/bin/bash. Option 2.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me more, okay? You don't have to tell me more. Using bash to get around the problem. So let's check my notes for the old thing. Let's see here. Tar exploits, I think it is. So yeah, so I'm actually doing this here. sh right? It's the same thing. It's the same workaround. Didn't I try this last time? Yeah, so I'll have to make a note here that the SH is not useless. It's actually
Yes,
the whole point.
but your web link.
Okay.
You did too much copy/paste.
Yeah, but I don't think I used SH. I set the permissions on this one instead and tried that way. And then we got the path problem, right?
You used a user callee.
Did I? Okay. Oh, I copied. I guess I was getting tired, right? Or stressed. I don't remember what time of the day, if it was before running to school or if it was on the night.
That came from the Medium post.
Medium post. Oh well, I don't remember it obviously. So let's just make a note here, like note. No, like do. Well, the SH can handle using the current directory is adding or bash adds current directory to the path while tar does not. Meaning we need the sh bash here, right? And now let's confirm that this works, right? Because if it doesn't, this is wrong and we'll have to change it. But this is when I would like to have like colors in Obsidian. I will do a quick thing and just check I think HTML should work, because this annoys me that I can't make this red, and so it stands out more, you know? I could make it a header, but that's not the thing.
I will be away for food now, back in about 30 minutes.
Okay, sure. Thanks for the help. Do you want me to wait? I could do something else. I could look into this forever. Coloring text. Notation color blocks. Now this is, I don't want the plugins if I can avoid it. No. My, that's ugly. This is the thing I was thinking about. Let's see if this works. Because I did a workaround like this for something else. Well, that's ugly. It kind of broke it at once.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, I think you should make an attempt at using your msvenom executable with a bash script, because that would make use of your previous notes from the 0x tip 3 reuse room. For me, that was the real learning benefit.
But I don't need MSF Venom if I can run a bash script, you know. Then I can just do anything in the bash script, like copy bash, and then we're done. We don't need to have a MSF Venom. I mean, if we don't need to copy a file to the machine, that's a plus, you know. That's like the last resort thing to make MSF Venom stuff. And we've already done that in this room, so yeah.
You have several options, of course.
So now I solved my red text problem here. There, we have a red note. Very, very obvious that if we go into this, read this darn line, right? If we don't read this line, there's a problem. Now it's red. So I'm going to put this in my Obsidian notes and make sure that it's there so I don't miss it in the future or forget it. So Obsidian.
But you spent quite a lot of time with that msvenom executable, and you can finish that effort with a bash script.
Yeah, I don't feel any need to use that. I think it's stupid to use them as a Venom executable when I don't have to. If I have already a way to run stuff, you know. I didn't spend much time on it at all either. I think it doesn't care. I don't care about it at all. I care about preparing things to have in my shells or my exploits or whatever directories I can use it next time. If I don't need to use it, I'm happy. If I can use bash, that's nice. Copying files to machine is a loss. It's a negative thing. We don't want to put files there, right? It's not a good thing. If we're thinking real world, we don't want it to be obvious it was there, right? So the thing of putting ourselves in sudo errors, we could remove it afterwards. Just editing a file like that. But also that might also be a bad thing. So what would be the best way?
I understand your point, but then why keep the msvenom in your notes from before?
In this note, MSF Venom is not in this note. Is it? Okay. Yeah, it is. Well, now we have a better way of doing it, right? Alternative to elf. So this I think I added last time, right? I just didn't do it exactly this way because I skipped this bit which was important, and now I made a note that I shouldn't skip it. I'll almost have to look back and watch what on earth I was doing, right? Anyway, I'm still tired today and I still feel like my brain's not working properly, so I'm sorry if I'm slow today. Well, that was a very, very nice way to prove that I'm not by like pouring drink beside my mouth. But
away now.
Okay, bye bye. See you later. Thanks for getting me started too, because I was really tired. Well, I would probably have started something else, but adding this to Obsidian. So Obsidian. Here, let's open this in the new one, and here we have the different formattings and things, right? But I don't have any color text in here, so let's add that. This is actually what I already worked around here to get underlined, because you can't do that either in Obsidian really. So let's just use this one as an example. Colored text using the HTML font tag. Oh my god, I misspelled it. There. Should we add another color? Red was what I was going for, but let's just confirm that it works. Right. So there. This is nice. I've been thinking of doing this for a bit, and now we have it. I never use the like the bold thing. Let's see if it compares. No, it won't work there. That's what I was thinking. Because now we would have to use the HTML tags here too. So I wanted to capitalize the B there too, but so now we have bold. If we want it, we could also set the font size, I guess. Let's test this a bit more. Let's do size equals to 30. Right? That's kind of nice. Not that we wanted 30, because I had no idea how big it would get. Well, apparently the number doesn't work. I was thinking that's not 30, so so we have set sizes apparently. Oh, it's so annoying to have to hop here all the time. Now we can do 4. Yeah, so 4 is apparently what we have. Oh gosh. What if we do 4.5? Nothing. So 5. Note. Let's keep it this size then. I guess I could make a header of it to have the same effect, but that would also add stuff before and after, you know. That was more like a test than actually something useful. I think we can reopen recently closed stuff. It's just such a long menu here. Nah. So, let's keep this big. I know another thing I want to make big too, or rather red. I'm going to remove the size, I changed my mind. I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to put it in shells, both PHP and Bash, I think. So I don't have the full notes in my head, but I have like an overview of them. So maybe my brain is actually waking up. So this is what I want to make red. Font. There. Don't forget to make sure your script file is executable. And also in Python. Can I do like light red? Let's also add the end tag or it won't work at all. That's mint blue. Alright, I need to go to my kid for a bit. I'll be right back. Let's put on the lunch side. Jag kommer gubben! So, there. I'll just get some lunch too. Förlåt gubben, jag kommer nu.
Your Twikar says. I just finished hacking my lunch.
So he'll probably want another thing soon. So if I hadn't been so tired, I would have realized he actually asked me just when I started stream. So there, let's see, on Lunchify. So great, you got your lunch. Hacking your lunch. I should hack some lunch too, I guess, right? Anyway, I think I might have this on more places, but it's the bash and the Python that I thought of. Yeah. So if we run these from like a them being started by something, it's important to have these there and there. Right. Also, it would be nice to have a list of what commands can handle adding the current directory to the path and which don't, right? Because this is a problem we had now. Let's back instead. I'm so tired. Well, we added this here, and let's go back down. Was it down here? I had it. I can't find it. That feels like I'm very, very, very slow now. There. Yeah, tar zip. It was tar, of course. Tar, of course. So let's make sure that this one is correct, right? And also, let's see from a detection standpoint, which is best? Is it like, which is the least detected thing for most people? Is it like making detection, which is best? Like adding execute double and run, plus s bash, make copy of bash, adding account to sudoers. What else do we have? So what is the least odd thing to do, you know? Because that's probably it. I mean, adding an executable might be the best, because changing bash's permissions might be like a thing to people check, right? They should. Copying bash should also be checked, right? Anything, though bash is also a very very usual thing to run. It's a very usual thing to run. Everybody runs bash. Everybody messes about with bash. So maybe just plus S-ing it is it's also like still changing this. Maybe this is the best. So this someone with more experience would have to answer this. I don't know. But this is the one I learned now. So maybe we should use it now to make sure, confirm that it works, right? And let's see. So let's call this my account, right? And let's actually make a copy of the line. And let's make a copy of this one. And copy these to I'm thinking we'll make a new one. I did do the MSF Venom. Let's make a new one. Actually, 14. Shall again. New day. New note. So let's use. And now we're going to change this to whatever our account name is. Yes? So I think my kid wants more food already. Yes, love. Laban, vill du ha mer mat? Om du inte startar om en stund så säg till mig igen. So it's actually colder out there now. And it's actually 0.3 degrees colder out on the roof now because it's just 30.1 there and it's 30.4 in there. Oh well. So the count is data. So as everybody says, dub. In Sweden we just say www, so we don't say the double bit, we only say the www data is what we say. New day, new note, let's use. And I modified this one. This one will work. But we will of course also need the other bit, which is this. I don't know. I think I prefer the touch bit, right? Because the echo 2 is a bit too... Yeah, I prefer the touch. So let's actually change it. This one is echo. With this one we can just touch. But let's keep this in the notes as an example. And let's make a new line and let's do hush. It really is like not to touch for me. If you, the spelling is hard a bit there to actually remember that. This is how it is. I'm not sure this is necessary, but let's keep it there. And if this doesn't work, we will use the other one, of course. And I also wanted this one. And we're going to... No, it wasn't in the right place. Let's open it in a new. And let's add this one. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having the E still there. So let's see if this works. And if it works... also, this is called sudo-ers, right? And this is called sudo-er. So we can't have different names. That wouldn't work very well. That might have been one of the problems yesterday too. Yesterday, I'm saying last time I did this. Also, no, my God, what am I doing? So I just skipped a step, right? So let's add this. We could have an other one there, but let's we'll have to add this to a file. So there's another step. So sudo-ers dot sh. Should I have it s there? Is that more logical? Did I create this file? Because it would not be general. So I would prefer inserting current user into here, right? So this script should really be there, this name, right? And for some reason my phone is not connected. So I don't know why. Let's check Sami. Why is Sami not working as it should? Come on. This should work, so I could use this button and run it, and you hop over here. That's what I usually do. So my phone is not connecting. I restarted the Wi-Fi for my kid because he still had no internet. So that might be it. Right, because it's connected by Wi-Fi. So there, now it actually works. So the the Wi-Fi was restarting. That could explain something. Oh my God, this water is so cold, warm. I'll go get cold water. I'll just get water. much better. Cold water. There. So right, I was not remembering actually at all that we shell with 3 L's. That's a shell, extra plus shell. So I'll just put into my water some there. So right, I was going to check that I had this in a file. Let's just quickly check that I don't time out this. Yeah, we had 23 minutes, so I'm adding time. Now we have 1 hour 23 minutes. So let's add a tab. Let's say the shells directory, and I'm kind of thinking I did make one here, but I don't remember, so let's check. Well, I did call it something logical. Let's see if I put the right contents in there too. Let's actually see the shells. Oh, that's annoying. It missed my new line there. And it was let's nano. Yeah, exactly. So it was still Kali in here. So MK pseudo. Yeah, I agree with myself. That's a better name. There. So I was actually doing 2 things here. If this didn't work, we had this one. And if this didn't work, we had this one.
Hamad Ishir says, "Ma'am, what skills you have in programming?"
That's a good question. I've been programming since I was a kid, so I don't know how much skills I have. That's a good question. I don't use it all the time. Is there something special you're interested in doing? So, we have the file. We know where it is. The web server is still running, so we can get this one because I don't want to open an editor here, so it's easier to download the file. Yeah, and I remember let's make sure that our notes are updated, because it's actually not this file name. I did think the same thing, I just called it something else, and I called it mk sudo, right? Make sudo.
You are a developer at engineer.
I'm just like normal doing everything person, right? I don't know if I'm an engineer. I don't have any like official education for stuff. I'm thinking that if you need to go to university to learn things, then you have a hard time learning things, right? Maybe? Though it can be fun to do things with other people, so for that reason you could do it, right? Otherwise it's probably quicker learning things yourself. So echo data, yeah. So Let's add the actual download here. And I believe I did a lot of that in my old one. So let's just quickly look at what I was doing at the end there. So I'm actually going to, so here we got that one, but I want the next one. Here we also got the elf and the elf. How many times did I get this profile? I'll just copy that one. Here we got this one. We can copy this one instead. And we have the echo of it. Yeah. So that's kind of what all the things. So let's add this one here too as a line that we should run. We should do this to get the file. No, this is not the right one. Let's just not care about it anymore, but use this one. Did I even download this? I didn't have it in my logs. So, and this one. I just probably failed copying, right? And I'm thinking if this was alright. I started typing at the start to just add MK and I typed it all anyway. So let's run these 3 commands on the back.
OnTheHack says,
Oh
I am
yeah,
back.
yeah, I've been doing like random stuff. But we have, I realized that I did call it something reasonable here. I called it Mixudo, and then I didn't change the name as you said there. But I don't have in my log that I ever downloaded this file to the back, so I think I just stopped before I actually used it. But maybe I did use it and not save the log of it. Anyway, we have a plan. I've also been making some food for my kids. Right, so this is the plan. So let's actually do it now. Let's go to the directory first, right? So I need to check what on earth the directory was. I'm going to go and look. Right, I have it in my info. I should remember that. Put it in the info so I don't have to scroll forever. So it's this. No, let's see. Yeah, this is it. Var. So copy this. Let's put it here too. Oh my god. So right. So if let's just I'm just going to make a test. If I click this twice, yeah. So I don't have to click this space. I can click twice. Good. Nice, nice. I know now. So let's cd to this, and let's. My God. I keep not hopping over to the other screen. I feel a bit more awake anyway. Yeah, was the right file name. And let's make sure that I updated this too. Right, Also,
Not sure if you just said you were looking for this resource from last time, web link.
no, I didn't, but we can open it. It's probably still open. Yeah, it's still open there, so. But thanks.
That is
Yeah.
the one with sudoers.
Yeah. Because it was a nice thing. I didn't use that ever. Quite efficient thing to do. Though I was like adding this to my notes here. So here, which is the best for detection? Adding an executable and running it, plus asing bash, making a copy of bash and plus asing, adding our account to sudoers. Which is the best, you know? Maybe I should have the... Though it's kind of obvious, right? But I don't want the underline. I got it anyway. It was just a delay. Yeah, so which is the actual best thing to do? Maybe running an executable is the best because it's the most normal thing to do. And maybe this is the best thing to do. And maybe this is the best thing to do. Maybe this is. But still, this I'm feeling like the normal bash file should be some kind of monitoring for editing the permissions on it. Wouldn't there be? So this is a thing to think about. Anyway, since I added in this one, let's actually open this one again because we had two things here. Yeah, so I was having this one, so we need to listen to 444 just to make sure, you know. So let's do that. Oh, it was nice to do 444 for us automatically. That was very nice of it.
I think messing around with root-owned files would be detected quickly, just an assumption though.
Yeah. Well, especially bash, right? Because it's kind of common for Vesk, isn't it? Just my thought. So let's start to do the easy file here, right? And this should work fine. Let's do an LSLA here, and we have the file there with a 0 size, and we also have our script here. Oh my goodness. So let's just cat the MK there. And we have there, I could check the path too, or the port. Sorry, it's allergies. So let's do the second one. The nicety with the shell. Also, let's add to this list. We have also bash rev shell, right? So bash rev shell would be a kind of easy, simple thing, and it's just a connection, it's not a file. Right, well, it's a file. Right, it's a file, but it's not a file. So it is the dev TCP. Even a port file. I'm clicking the wrong one. So if this is run, this would pop up, right? And it was every minute. And we can also try sudo, but I want to see if this opens. I almost open my. We just had the bash notes open. I can open them again. And I'll check this a bit. Let's compare. So this is the one I used, right? I did not chmod the script. We could do that. We could chmod it. But as we're running it with sh, we should need to.
For your comfort, have a timer with seconds open, so you see when you reach the top of each minute, i.e., when the cron job executes.
Yeah, but I'm not that stressed, so I'm not in a hurry. But it is a thought. I usually just check, has it passed like 2 minutes, right? So now it's oh my god, why do I have the date here? It just appeared here. Well. Anyway, we shouldn't wait for 2 days to pass, but about 2 minutes we should have passed at least, right? So 13:12. Just taking it easy, making sure that we have all the things. This is also like a list of things to do, right? So so the info one from before. It runs this every minute, and it's let's take the opportunity to check CF versus CZF. That was a difference too. If it would make a difference, that's nice to know. I think that also in this one they also had CZF, right? And we don't. So let's take the opportunity to check that out. We can of course see if something happened here. So if we do tar help, and we check what the C does. It's using gzip. So if this is not present, what does it do then? It does not. So it compresses it too. But it will still run all the files. And the argument we're using, let's see. Let's check the checkpoint. So checkpoint, informative output, checkpoint number, display progress messages every. So this is the action for every checkpoint. And where do we have information about the actions? So progress. So this has to do with the progress it is not just for compression. This is what I wanted to double check, that it should not only happen with the compression enabled. I'm so sorry. I'll just see if I can fix my throat a bit. I didn't take my allergy meds or asthma meds, so maybe I should. I'll just always nice to have like paper all over the place in the hair. There. So now it is 17, so if this would have worked, it would have worked. We didn't check the other one. I didn't have any test in this one. Let's add a test, like make a direct file, you know, make a file thing, because that's easier for it. We're in shells, so let's touch. Well, let's call it was run 1, right? And let's save it, and it's the other one of those, right? No. This. Let's nice with the up arrow, right? Now, so nice how it ends in the same line. So this file is now a little bigger. Let's confirm. We have now the 129 version, and if we look in this directory, we don't have any file here, so nothing seems to have happened.
Have you checked that you can execute your reverse shell as www data as a way of validating it outside of the obscurity of the cron job?
No, I didn't. Good point. And maybe I should add this somehow to my notes. Let's actually do that. So maybe this is a good place to put it. And also I probably have things like that in here, do I? I should have it in here anyway. So my stuff is falling. Goo is falling out of my throat, hopefully. So I should have stuff like this there. Also test run shell as current user before waiting for scheduled job to run. And I'm putting this in the Python too, because we have kind of the same kind of thing here. If we happen to have that, you know, there instead. And of course, I don't have anything about chmodding it. I haven't chmodded it, and that shouldn't be necessary with an sh in front of it. Also, I use sh, not bash. But that shouldn't matter since it's bash inside there. Maybe it matters. Anyway, nothing happened here so far. So we could always run it then. So let's run it the same way. This is a very good test to see if sh or bash matters. So mk sudo. Of course this will fail. It's not just the shell in here. Cannot create. There's no sudoers file. And we have syntax error on line 8. And we cannot touch the file because permission is denied. Which is odd. Because what directory is it actually in then? So let's do the let's do this on etc sudoers, right? Yeah, so it's trying to create the file. So we should add to it. We shouldn't create it. Let's see. Yeah. So let's say we want to add to it instead. And in this example, they just like overrided. So this error is correct. But what about the line 8 one? Also root also have only read on it, making this kind of odd, right? There's some special permissions. Let's actually, this is interesting. Yeah. So this is annoying. What's this? So we need to set the permissions to. Now let's just read it. This is a question too, right? From root prompt, is it safe for me to do? And my user is added in root group. I was able to add the following, but I don't know if this is the right thing to do using a privilege. Okay. Well, at least we have a confirmation that this is a normal permission, so that's just what I wanted, really. But then, of course, we could change the permissions, but... And this is not a real box, you know, it's not a real computer. So we could, of course... we could just set it to writable by anyone. Let's edit our file. And first of all, let's double check the line 8. So what is it here that it didn't like? So let's look at the error message. Syntax error, bad FD number. So this is a perfect ChatGPT question. That's what I use it for, reading error messages. So we're going to send it this. But I might actually cut it down because I don't want it to get stuck on the pseudo orbit and just talk for 3 hours about that. So let's remove this line, and let's remove this line and just keep this one, and then it's line 1, 2, 3, and then we will add an error message for it. Well, let's do test. I don't want it to get stuck on stuff. That's the only thing. Oh my god. Why did I change the name? So there's an issue with the file descriptor number you're using, and higher numbers can be used for other purposes, but the syntax you used is a bit off. Your intention seems to be to create a reverse shell. The correct syntax to redirect input and output for a reverse shell in bash should look like this. Let's see what I have. However, your current command line is mixing redirect operators in a way that is supposed some versions of bash. Okay. Well, this was interesting. What do you think? What do you think? This is the normal one, right? And that's what we have. I'm just comparing. So this is what it wants to do. This script will create a reverse shell by using the descriptor 5 to handle the TCP connection. Here's a more straightforward and often used version of a reverse command. Okay.
That one works for locally on my Kali, from one terminal to another one using localhost as IP address. For me.
Yes, all of these things. it's hard to Google these characters too. That's why it's nice to try these things in here. It's the most straightforward and often used version of a reverse shell command. It could also be the sh. Let's do the same with the bash and see, because I know that the sh can't handle these.
Just a thought, do you already have another bash reverse shell running?
Yes, on 443. So, confirming. Let's scroll up. But that's what I use in my you see 443. So we're not using the same one, at least.
Well, May that is using the file descriptor, fd, in conflict here. Maybe.
But it's a different file. It's 444 and 443, right? So it's different files. So let's look at this one. Cat 5 and while true do while read line. I prefer this one. While line, but it's also nice to learn a bit of bash coding, because I really haven't done that much. But also these are always like hard to read, all the sending things to things. I will seriously just skip this for now, and the next test, without changing the file, if I just do bash here instead, this should get a different result. Just check this for a quick test, and now we got another error message. So we still don't have permission to add the file, so I'm curious what the directory is, right? Let's add the pwd here so we can see, and then we get len 5 permission denied, but we have no error message now on the shell what worked. So it didn't work with sh, and I use sh, so we have something to change, right? And we realized last time the way to delete files, right? So we can delete the files. So let's just exit this one, and we have probably the error, the reason for the error. The sudoers doesn't work because we don't have permissions, even as root, to write into the file or overwrite the file, which is logical because that's not the normal way to do it. So we could set permissions to ourselves and it might work. We can't type a file, like that's kind of odd. Let's add the pwd, but first let's just run this and see if it works. So if we were to do this now and don't change the script at all, just change it to bash in here in the directory. So if we were to just rm, so what is the thing to ask? I don't remember it. Prompt before every I.
RMI for RM interactive.
Yeah, or interactive, yeah. Well, we can do I star, I guess, and then we will right. This didn't work, but we solved this last time, I think.
RMI.
Right, thanks. So let's go to the notes, and in my Linux notes, that's far down somewhere here.
Do Control-C when you have deleted what you wanted, instead of going through a long list of no.
Yeah, that's what I did. So I'm going to for my Linux notes there. So basic Linux, and we want a deleting files with odd names. Right, and what we want to do is rm I and /. We'll be able to delete files like -- whatever. Right, so now it's in the notes. So if I'm like, I can't delete a file, I'll search for deleting files. Hopefully I will. So right, let's actually put it here too. So
BTW, in the man page, which is very short, there is an interesting option for deleting files starting with.
Okay, maybe it was in the help too, but I didn't read more than I wanted. I'm sorry for not liking man. I'm sorry. It's just too much info. So if you need to delete the files, use oh no. Apparently I was on the wrong one. There. Yeah, here you can see I control C that one. So we're going to make a new one. And the only change now is that this is bash. And we'll look at the files. And now we have this. And I did... Yeah, that was kind of quick, right? So the problem was that sh can't take those arguments before I've actually even piped this into bash. So maybe I should always do that, because if we do that, we have bash there and we have bash here, so we have like double bash. Right? So I've done that before too. So we have all the bash, we have run it with bash, the command is bash, and we pipe it to bash. It's bash bash bash, and still it with the 2 bash didn't work. I was thinking I don't need to do bash because I have bash twice. But it didn't use this bash when it was run with sh. I don't think it cared about this one. And then it couldn't handle these. And it didn't work. So we'll just add a pipe there. And I know it works because I've tried that before. And also this doesn't work very well, because for this to work we would have to chmod the sudoers first, and that's not really a thing you want to do, right? We don't want to do that. To adding a line is bad enough. And this is not even adding a line, it's just whooping it. So this feels like a bad thing, really. Oops. Well, I wonder if my mouse is funny, because it clicked there, definitely, right?
Indeed, locally on my Kali, Running the reverse shell with sh produces that fd error.
Yeah, so it's sh can't handling. It can't handle it. Yeah, so I guess we should get the thingy. But let's just see. Yeah, let's add the note here too. These are the good bits, you know. So requires actually schmodding first. I think I'm kind of almost going to remove this from the arsenal. I don't know. Anyway, this where is it? Here. This is not a double arrow. This is a single arrow, right? So we're going to try this one afterwards. So I'm sorry, I'll just do a test here. No? So the TTS should read messages from let's see. So sorry, I'm just debugging why this isn't read and why it's not sent to chat. So
Fixerbot says,
yeah.
YouTube message from ate a big bowl of rice in the afternoon. This is a test message.
Translated from Chinese.
It selected a username in Chinese there to test with. Okay. And then the TTS translates. Would be funny if it would translate like my name or whatever. So I don't see why this didn't work. It might just be buggy. It should work. And the TTS seems to be working too, so a bit odd. Well, let's continue. So I need to open OBS so that I can see. I noticed there was a message in YouTube that I missed, and that's why I sent a test message and it didn't go through. So let's do testing here again in YouTube chat. So it's supposed to pop up like that test was. Well, it'll probably just work when I restart StreamerBot. I don't want to do that now. I think it's better to keep it running. I'll keep an eye on YouTube chat in case there are messages. So yeah. Right, we have added these things to the notes. I don't really see a reason why we should have MSF Venom in here at all. But I realized what I wanted to change is this, really. So this is supposed to be bash. And we confirmed that the touch command worked with the syntax because I used it. And that's why I put it like this. So this is what I run. And now we change it to bash. that works. Does not work with sh, but with bash, and we're also going to run it with sh and testing just to chmod it first, and then as the next step doing the pipe in there. Okay, I'm assuming the chmod won't change anything, but that the piping will solve the problem and we'll get a shell still. Let's just get that. So let's cd and let's cat the root.txt, and we'll just copy this, and then we'll play with it a bit more. My god, too many TryHackMes here. So there. Yes, love. Jag kommer. So my kid wants me for a second. Let's see. So the next thing to try is to actually clicking the wrong thing. So I'm going to not upload this one first, but to actually we're going to remove the bash here again and take the sh. So we're going to have to my god, do you see that it keeps, if I go the up, it will delete all of it. Isn't that funny? Every time it overflows, that's when a line is deleted. So this is the one I wanted. Yes, I want to delete this one. And then we don't want to delete the rest. And then we want to touch this. Ooh, this is tough. So it's trying to compensate for going down, but it's not going down, so it goes up. So I'm going to exit this one, and we run it again, and we got it at once. So do I have like a queue of connections here now? So we broke it. I don't want it to work. So I failed to break it. So let's see, if we remove this one, it should not work, right? So let's remove it again and make sure the file is gone. We shouldn't get a shell now. If it gets a shell now, it's like stored somehow. There's a queue of them. Yeah, this is, I know that there can be one, right? We can't do this. Suggestions? How could I clear like a queue of things to this port? I can use another one, of course. But now we get a connection as soon as I open it.
OmthyHack says, do netstat to see the process associated with the service running on 444.
So, I don't remember the netstat bits, but let's just do the without any. Oh my god, no, I should have looked.
Netstat Tulpen. Translated from Estonian.
It's almost a tulip. I should remember that. Det kommer labben snart. In Sweden, tulip is tulpan. So I don't think this will show it anyway, because we're not listening. It's that there's, it really shouldn't be able to. It's this box we should do it on. When we're
Do
root.
that in the reverse shell.
Yeah, when we're root. I'll do that when we're root. So maybe we finished it. It's actually, we got a normal one now. So we can continue testing. So now if I just create the file, I'll go to my kid first so he doesn't have to wait. Just 1 second. Yes love, vill du ha mer mat nu? Vill du ha pannkaka? Jag fixar bubblor. It's nice that the slime doesn't stick to my thing. There, so I switched to this mic because I'm going to just microwave some pancakes. So talk to me, we can keep talking. Do you have anything else you want to test?
If your reverse shell has been successful, may you have sudo privs for www data now.
No, because I didn't shmud the sudoers file. But we can look. But I don't think. Because it's not supposed to work, you know? It's supposed to error because we don't have write permissions as root either. We
Does
only
not
have
matter
read.
the chmod, as the cron job ran as root.
No, but root doesn't have permissions to write sudoers. It's a special file. It's so you don't overwrite it by mistake as root. You're supposed to use a special tool to edit it, right?
Root does not need permissions.
Yeah, okay, we can just try editing it as root. Well,
you can write even with OOO permissions.
Right. Okay, we can see if we have that. I'm just going to I think I told you I defrosted the freezer. Now I can find things. It's all clean, no ice anywhere. But I didn't find the pancakes. There. So me and my 14-year-old, we're going shopping some food later. So we'll get to buy pancakes too. They're almost out. So 2 minutes microwave. And I'll get some cream and jam ready. So it's about 2 minutes, but yeah. So we have 3 things to check. Do we have sudo permissions? It's one. One is, will it run with sh if we chmod the script? I don't think so, but we will check it because bash might or sh might read that first line if it is executables. You know, just a random check, and then checking if with the pipe that it works. I'm kind of 100% sure of that, but I still want to test it. So we have 3 things to test when I get back to the computer. Then we might actually finish another box that I haven't finished. Annie, we have SSH on, but we don't have root. So it's another one that's not finished. And I was kind of almost wanted to do that before this one, but since this was in the path and the other one is just a random, I wanted to finish the thing in the path first. So now we have. So we might do Annie next. So 14, 13, 12 seconds. And I'm not sure. I don't remember. Was it SSH or was it just... Yeah, it was, because it was that random thing that only worked sometimes. Right, so there is SSH on it. I mean, I said to people, like, I will do this one more time, and then I will go to bed because it's too late to continue. I'll continue the next day. What happened? What do you think? After trying like 45 times to run the thing, doing new MSF Venom payloads for different port numbers between all of the last like 15. And once I did get a short connection that disconnected immediately, so I had a feeling that it's the right thing to do, you know. But then the last try, I got it, and it was stable for at least 2 hours until I shut it down because I was like going to bed. That was very crazy. So you run the same thing, you know it's supposed to work, you know. It's supposed to work. It was annoying. So I'd really like to know from the other side then afterwards what's up. Why is it so unstable? To know more about it. It's AnyDesk. So AnyDesk exploit. That is very, very shaky. We'll almost have to try and run it, even though we have SSH, to see if it works for the first time I run it now. And I'm curious if it matters what port the connection was to in that. Yeah. Since the buff will be like new and fresh, maybe start later. So I'm like done here. Let's see. Just getting sun coming up again. I will always remember this anime. It's the most annoying thing. And the varsågod. Så. There. So, which one should we test first? Let's do the connection bits first, because we're not connected now, right? So I think this is kind of fun. There. So, right, I just LSLA'd. So if I create this again, this shouldn't work. That's why I was so surprised that it worked, you know? Because this didn't work just a bit ago. So this is still listening. I will just switch back the mics. Let's see. There. And while this is waiting, I'll just take a quick bathroom break. he was done with the cream and stuff, so I put it down again. The spray cream, you know. So, no connection, which it should be. Nice. So now we're going to just quickly shmad plus x mk. Let's see if I can tab that. Yeah, there. So
can you show your script again?
Now? Sure. So let's just quickly look. Now we have execute on this one too. And now we have a wait period to make sure that this doesn't work. I think it won't work, and then we'll change the script to so we can do that now. This one actually we could remove, because if you want to look at it before I delete it. Right, let's check if the file was there, the was run. We have the was run here. Let's make a was run 2 for this one, right? We want it to be was run 2 because this is a new one.
Also, check the sudo previs of www data, please.
Yes, sure. We should be able to look at the sudoers file. So what if we do sudo cat etc sudoers, right? Did I spell it right? So it worked, and we are the only admin. We're the only sudoer.
And now sudo l.
Yeah, but that's kind of the same thing, right? Because this is the same thing, and we wouldn't have been able to do this cat it if we didn't have the permissions. So sudo l is not necessary since we did this, but
of course, but worth checking.
Yeah. Always check the normal way too, and also confirm that the way you usually do things works, which it does. I don't like overriding the sudoers file though, so that's why I don't think it's a good thing to do. So now we have checked 2 things of it, and we kinda have checked that this doesn't work too. What do you think?
Actually, you should also check you can do sudo su.
Okay, yeah, we could check that. I can do all the things you want. We don't have hurry to do anything. So we're root, right? But we don't want to be root. So let's back out, and I would have liked to revert.
Thanks, that closed the loop completely.
Yeah, so I would have liked to put the old sudoers back, but we don't have that, so let's just do this now, because this will still be run as root. And also maybe we should even reset the box and do this instead and see if it works, right? Because this feels a bit tough to just replace a file for me.
I can copy past it /etc/sudoers from my instance of Skynet, but that would be a lot of text.
Oh,
Via
yeah,
Discord
skip it.
if you want.
Yeah, you can skip it. I can just look at mine if I wanted to. So, of Skynet. Is it long? Okay, put it in Discord in cybersecurity, cause there is the cybersecurity one here. we should learning together. We're doing that too, of course. But there's a cybersecurity one here too. So if you paste it over here. So I haven't used this since May. I think I don't do cybersecurity stuff. Also, I think if you paste big things, it might put all the text there. Anyway, we don't want the TTS to read it. Also, it's a mess to copy it there. So, yeah, let's. This should still only work. Yeah, right, to test this bit, we would need to remove ourselves from sudoers. That's true. So, now we could just do this and edit stuff when we're root. So, is it a mess to paste it? You have to download it first, I guess, so. Maybe you even have to become root. We could just reset the box too. We have the URL up, you know, so it's just changing the IP. We can close down burp and then this is a quick reconnect. We just upload the file. So just confirm upload or I reset the box. It's very quick to reset it and we can get there quickly again, so it's no problem. Right, so I'll have to say welcome to you, Erin. The new people who joined. I'll do that while I wait. So welcome.
Reset, as I first need to comb root again to read /etc/ sudoers.
Yeah. So I'll just reset it. That will take a bit of time, so let's do it fast. And it's expiring even, so we might not even have to stop it. So terminating. I'll give it 2 seconds to cool off here. And we start it again. And let's give it a few minutes while I type welcome to the new people in Discord. You're welcome to join my Discord. The link is in Twitch. Right, I should auto send the Twitch URL for YouTube, I think. I should add some. Yeah, I have a post-it down here saying auto mess to YouTube too. Okay, so I'm going to do that. And I'm going to lower the frequency on Twitch because I think there's a bit of much messages. Also, I might remove a bit of the text so we don't get flooded by text there. So there. So I'm just sending a welcome message to the Discord to the latest people who joined there. Welcome into the Discord. Yeah, so we have a new box and it's starting. We have a new IP. Now let's fix this. I'm removing burp here because I don't want to set the options in burp and we don't need it right now. So we can actually close burp. I didn't remember the box when I started it, so this is just that will just connect to the box. Right, this is always nice. So of course we were disconnected and I don't want to lose this. I want this in my notes. So I'm going to open a new one and okay. we want 4443, and now it's listening on 4443. We still have our HTTP server ready to run the shell here, and oh my, so many places. I wanted this one here. There. So this is listening. Let's run this line again, and let's see. Now let's see if it got a read here. No. Do you know what I didn't do? I didn't update. I was going to do it, but I didn't do it. So we need to update our host file. So let's sudo nano host first. Or the IP won't be correct. That's why I pasted it, pasted the IP. So let's paste it. I'm just confirming it is the right IP. Yes, SX. And then we'll listen. And then we run this again. And then we wait. And check that this downloads. Come on. Was I too quick? Let's so I'm going to just cut this bit. No, I'm not going to cut that bit. I'm going to copy this bit to confirm that we have the machine up enough. It might not be started. So this page works, and then we had administrator. There. So this needs to work first. Is it this slow to start the box? It's had 4 minutes now. 4 minutes. This is just a page. Let's double check the host file, because I can make mistakes, you know. Hosts. So we have 10.10.172.237 Skynet.thm, and it is correct. So let's clear and listen and just wait. So I was thinking this would be quicker than it was. If it's not up, it can't answer. Let's take the opportunity to put this in the notes. This is 2 successful root ways. Might remove a few ls from this, but it's mostly good. Oh, I'm still typing on the wrong. So notes, and this is the actual. This is www data, and then we have the root one. So let's copy that one too, and we're giving it a bit of time. I'm making my notes while we're waiting. So we can actually exit this one now, because it's still, you know, as it is. So let's see, this is the one where we did the root. I just did the stupid command afterwards. So a lot of connects. We don't need them all. We can just take one of them. So we have in the notes here that we did this and got the root txt. Yeah. So 15 testing with pipe. So that's the last test we have left. So if I started with SH but pipe it to bash, it should also work. So I just want to confirm that. It takes a bit too much time though, but I don't want to skip it, you know. Let's actually we have lots of stuff here now, so let's clear this because we have all the things we need in the logs. And then listen again because that's the test we're going to do.
Cypher Enigma says,
GMGM.
Good morning. So we have two tests here really. We're testing it with adding instead of overwriting pseudors. Overwriting it worked. And now we're testing to pipe to bash instead of running it with bash and running it with sh instead. So that's the test we're doing. And also we have was run 2 up there so we can see easily in the file system too. So now I think the bug should have started. What do you think? We're still sharing the files. We're listening. And I'm still allergic against stuff. Darn allergies, right? So let's make sure the admin page is up. Now we have a reply. So this took like minutes to start. Now this should work too. We should get our shell. And we have the file downloaded. And we have the connection. So now we can test to do all the things again. And we have a nice little list of things to do. Let's do this now, but with sh here instead. Yeah, so this is what I need to do. So we're putting it here. And now we want this with sh instead. And if this connects, the pipe works as well as that. So that's the test. I should probably have make a note of the message, the error message, by the way. So I'm going to just check where I have the error message. It's all the RM there. Here it is. So this, if you get this error, you're running sh instead of bash when you're trying to make a shell. So that's a nice note for the shells. So shells bash. If you get the error, well, not this line, but you're running with sh, not bash. right? That's good to know. So
OmthyHack says, BTW, the original sudoers files is just 1 line long.
okay. Nice. So let's just do this now. I just want to see if it's possible. We're testing 2 things at once, so all the things. So let's just copy this and let's just paste it over here. I'm not fixing the shell this time. Another thing to fight with though, we might at least need to run bash. So I'm not typing in the right place. So maybe I should Python this, right? So I'll do a quick paste here.
On my Kali, it is 54 lines longs, which more usual I think.
Yeah. That's interesting though that's how it was. There, so we're in the directory. We can see the files. This is what it looks like before we do anything. So now we're going to run. We're going to first just get the script, and the script that we get is this. Now modified here, here, and here. So let's paste it, and we have one file. Then we're going to do this one, and now the modified one with sh instead of bash, which we started with, but that didn't work. So now we're trying to work around this, and this should pop up now, because I think it's an okay workaround to do it with the pipe. 2 arrows, sh should handle that, right? Because that's the other thing. This, I think sh should be able to handle this. It can't handle this though. That's too much for it. So if this doesn't work, which it kind of seems like it doesn't, because it's been kind of instant the other times, but it's just the timing, you know, too. It can work. Right, let's just LSLA the directory, because the first thing it does is to create a file, and it has not. So sh should be able to run the touch. The touch here should be easy enough for it. So is it now? I should have a timer. It is 14:27. Time flies. At least I'm a bit more awake now. Actually, I'll get started preparing the next box, because I want to look at that one quickly. Maybe I should stop streaming. But it's not like I have a very big hurry to do something else. So I have so many tabs.
Because you put the hash for bash in your script, it all will be handled by bash rather than sh, I believe.
No, that's what I thought. It didn't work. So unfortunately that didn't work.
Kitty says, Noiki Wanangi, translated
Hi,
from
Nori.
Italian.
Welcome back. How are you today? Oh, you're trying to do the robot. It's not connected, sorry. No Bluetooth answers from it. That's the errors, this Bluetooth errors. The robot is not connected, so you can't control it. Sorry, Nori. So it's here. It's just not connected. No wires, no power, that is. Yeah, so I tried it 10 times there. Maybe should have like a disable for the command. So I think we can say that this doesn't work either. So if we were to change this and do bash here instead, it would work. So let's see if we're still sudo, right?
Oh, I can spam.
Yeah, you can
OnlyHack
spam.
says. Just
No,
to
Nori,
clarify,
please don't.
what did not work was when the code for the reverse shell used sh, but about the working or not, there is no invocation of sh. Kitty says.
Noiki one jump.
Nori, you're annoying now, okay? It's not okay to spam like that. So no more, okay? Because I'm trying to read chat, and that is very annoying. Right? I don't want to have to go and disable all the commands just because you want to spam stuff. It's not nice. So let's see. What did not work was when the code for the reverse shell used sh.
I be good for snacks Noiki one boba.
Yeah, it could also be that sh doesn't look in the current directory. That could be the thing, and then it won't find the script, and then it won't run anything. So that could be the difference too. Yeah, so let me look back at. Alright, so this is Annie. So let's bring Annie to the front of all my million tabs. Now this is not much at all. I usually have much more tabs. I think this is the one, right? So back to notes. Yeah, so the reason this worked was that sh bash used the path. The way to see what the problem was is to see if we now have a file here that is called was_run. This means that it did work, right? Which means that we might have a shell here, but we don't. Meaning the pipe didn't work. So the shell was started, this bit was run. We don't know if this was run yet, but this did not work because it was still probably an sh shell, and anyway it didn't work. In bash it worked, in sh it didn't. We have one more thing to do. We can also make this shemad. I was going to do that first actually, but I didn't, so I'll have to do it afterwards. So it was run. So let's do sudo l this time. The problem with adding a line to the file is that it's getting long. Every minute we get another line. So this is probably why they had the other one. So the only line that was there before was this, and it was empty, right? Because you looked at it. I have to scroll up so far now on the hacks, right? So this was the only line that was already there in the file, and then we're adding a line every minute. This is not every minute. This is much more than every minute. It's like infinite.
OnlyHack says. Root all equals all, no password all. That was the line.
That was already there. Okay. So let's go up again. I broke it. The poor machine. So yeah, so let's look at the file. So so should I do the working one now? This was kind of annoying, right? I didn't get a chance to look at the file because I Control-C'd it, which was a bit annoying. So maybe I should actually fix the shell a bit more, so it's not hard. So no, I won't do that again. So we don't have anything running yet, so let's go back to this and run this again. I'm still thinking that the pipe should work, but now I know I need bash here, right, for the shell to work. Maybe not. I'll try the chmod do. We have one thing more to test there, and I want to look at the file, so I'm just going to run these. So paste. There, and there, and now we should have all the files here, and the was run already popped up, so it's already been run. And I think that it's actually not every minute. I think it's much more than that. How many minutes was it since we did this? So I'm not going to do sudo l now. I'm going to actually to cat the file. So yeah, right, let's first cat it. This is a good test. etc sudo rs, right? We have permission deny, and now we sudo it, and then we should get a long darn list, because this is not run every minute. This is run as quickly as it can. So how quickly is it run? So this is not star for minutes, it's */1.
I suspect that /etc/sudoers is a special file, with special formatting. Actually, you are not supposed to edit /etc/shooters with a normal editor,
exactly.
but instead use the visudo utility, a feat.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said, you know. But I just wanted to look at this line, that's why we did it again. And also, adding a line all the time might not be a smart thing. We would like to set a test then. If we already have the permissions, we don't want to set them. So I see why they did overwrite the file, because you know. So the reason that the example had, let's see, the example had this. We don't get 1,000,000 lines. The file won't just grow and grow and grow like crazy as it does now. But also this didn't work yet. I should probably put this back so it looks like this is what it's on the machine right now. We have no connection. Let's...
The one with one single greater than worked for me.
Yeah, it worked. It just overwrote the old stuff, and I didn't want to overwrite the old stuff. I wanted to see what it was. And this works too. We get the permission. We only have 1,000,000 permissions. And and it would be nice to see the frequency and also the let me show you what I mean. This is wrong. So I think I have it in here. This Crontab Guru thing says that if you do...
If want to see the frequency, use PSP Great Tool.
Yeah, I'm thinking we'll look at the processor, because this is not every minute. This is lots more, because we looked at the file now when we just started it. I mean, it hadn't been 2 minutes, right? And we have lines and lines, and it was currently being written to even when we looked at it, I think. So it doesn't mean the same thing, because I googled this and it said it's every minute, but it's at every minute. It's probably like all the time. We have one more thing to do before we do this, though. It's to shmad the script. So let's just, oh my god, I'm typing in the poor thing there. So let's LSLA this again, and let's shmad the file. So let's shmad plus X, and it's
to check every minute, see the timestamp of the backup file created. It is updated, indeed very minute.
Okay. So no in-betweens, because then we would be able to check the length of the we can LA only the file and check the length if it has, as it grows, you know, and check how many characters we're adding. We can do that. So now the difference now, okay, right. This one now has
Kitty
execute
says
permissions.
Anytime I see word frequency, always remind me of the film. Such good film.
Okay, I don't think I've seen it, so then I should probably search. Nori. Yeah, so right, we have this is changed. I think we would have had shell, because it's kind of instant. It's been instant all the times it worked, right? It's been like instant anyway. Might just have had good timing, but let's check the pseudo size. And then look at processes too, but I think that's more of a mess. So let's LSLA etc pseudoers, right? And it's currently kind of big. Have you seen how the size of this file is? This is a text file, and every time it's run, it adds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33 characters. So it's that's all it adds. And this is the size after running for a few minutes. It doesn't add this once every minute. Let's see what the size is now. How much has it been in time? You can see it just exploding in size, right? So that is over 10,000. It's 15,000 characters added. So it's running as quick as it can, the script. It's running quickly. Yeah. Very, very quickly. As quickly as it can. I think that's why all the shells have been instant, because it runs all the time. So this is an interesting thing, you know. This is not the same as star. This means people don't have to wait, right? We get it all the time. Only this happens if we add to a file. It will like
TryHack says
crush the poor thing.
I would not question the frequency of the cron job, I would rather suspect the effect of direct editing of / etc / doers.
It's still a file. It's still a file. And we're just adding 33 characters. And you can see how it's growing, the file. So I managed there to click it. We can do this. This is a good text. If it doesn't grow in a minute and then explodes again, then you're right, and it's something odd happening. So what does it add? How many times can I do this without fainting from boredom? So, but we're exploring, and this is nice.
I will create a script as a cron job that adds one character to a file, then check after a few minutes how big the file has grown.
Yeah, we could also add a line with the current time. That would be nicer, right? So here it added. This is the size change between 1. It's obvious here now. And it's right with the switch of the minutes. It was adding more than 33 characters there. So what happens if we remove the file? I couldn't delete it. Right. I didn't sudo it. No such file. So next time it's created a file. And still no shell on this one, meaning that bit of it definitely doesn't work. The bash. We can easily get the shell back by editing the file. That's a shortcut. So I think it kind of switches minute now, right? Come on. It's not synced with my time here. There. So this is the base size of the file. How could this happen from this? We have the file size here. So let's cat. So
Here is some result. After one run of my cron job, adding one character to a file, my file has become 457 byte big.
After one run of my cron job, yeah. So it's something very odd happening there. Let's add characters to another file. Yeah, let's do that. So I can't edit it here, but I can make a new one.
So, 457 characters added when I cat.
when you cat. Okay, there's a colon there. Is there supposed to be something more? Anyway, maybe
After
this
1 minute.
doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, so I got it. It got much bigger. It should have been 1. So I was feeling it run more times.
Fixerbot
Try
says,
another one.
Welcome Raiders.
Oh.
DJ Chateau brought 5 friends to the party. Go drop him a follow.
Welcome in. Welcome in. So we're playing around with
OnTheHack says,
experimenting with
Twitch prevented from catting 457 times the same character.
Okay, so Twitch edited it. So welcome Raiders. We're doing it right.
DJ Chateau says, Hack the planet. Shate raid.
Yeah.
Fixerbot says,
New follower DJ Chateau.
So let's see, we're
Less
doing
than
this
3.
one. Or rather, we kind of finished it. We were experimenting and learning a bit on how it works when we add stuff to the sudoers file. And it's kind of funny because it doesn't just add a thing once. This is what happened. And there's a script that's run by... this script is run by a cron job here, so it's a bit of a mess. I'm thinking let's make it script and put it on the server that does something else. No, we don't want to save. Let's make a test .sh, and let's just do so I'm just quickly googling bash time, Linux time command. Type time. Maybe I should even try it myself. Real user sys. So instead of doing this, I will probably won't use this again, but let's add a new one.
DJ Chateau says, I hate to raid and run, but I was streaming for like 8 hours and probably should get some sleep.
Yes,
Shade fine.
Do you have time to quickly tell me what you were doing? Because I'm curious what you were doing. DJ sounds like music? What were you doing? I'll have to quickly look. Let's do a shout out too. I used to have a automatic
Only
one.
my initials.
Okay. Oh, cool.
I'm a DJ, that's not a DJ.
My god, this was hard to spell. Oh, shit. I'm not good at spelling this. Did I manage? I think so. We'll see.
I do infosec like you, but was doing some Paper Mario tonight.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, so it's night for you too, right? Where in the world are you? I'll have to follow you. I don't. Or maybe I do. I don't know. It's probably not. So everybody follow. Yeah, so I'll of course have to click also the link here and look and see what we can see. So yeah, your bot is still on. Right. It's I always get these, you know, too. Maybe it's always on the Stream Elements. I don't know. I never used it. So cool. Script word searcher. Retro gaming.
No,
System
I
design
just cut the
level.
stream.
Oh, nice.
Lol.
Okay. Yeah. So, Nori tried to control this a bit ago, but it's not connected. It doesn't have any power. Yeah. So you're very welcome back when you have slept some. I hope I won't be streaming for like 8 hours, maybe. But sometimes it ends up being 13 hours. I don't know how it happens. Just strange things. So, yeah, I'll have to check your stream out. Nice. Yeah, I'll check all the links here too. Right. So, where were I? Yeah, I was checking the time command, and we don't want the time command because its output is 11 lines, and that's not what I want.
Sekai says, Yukuis are insane lol 8 hours streaming.
Oh, but it's fun, you know. If I'm still going to sit here studying or something,
Guys.
I might as well stream it. Yeah. I think the TTS managed to read it anyway, right? Yes, we can time something, right? But I just want a
Kappa?
short...
Translated from Icelandic.
I want a short time command. I just want to know what time it is. I want a one line. This is a
Whatever
ChatGPT
tongue.
question. Okay, so make bash print time on one line. Okay. Current time. Well, that's kind of what I wanted. Well, true. No, thank you. So we want to add this to a file, right? So there. So this is what we want to add, but we want to echo this too. Let's hop back to my notes. What was I really doing? Kind of thing. Yeah, that's it. So right, so the only thing we'll not add it to this file, we'll add it to like a counter or something, right? Let's call it counter. Wrong one. Wrong one again, and my tummy making sounds. So we want to put this in a file called let's call it What on Earth here. That's a very nice name for a file. Though we'll have to type it again. But just once. So there's a new line there. So as test sh, let's upload test sh, and so I'm just copying the bit that's the same, and then we do test.sh, right? And we have these file names, and again, instead of running mksudo, we're going to run this thing. So let's rm I does slash star, and we want to delete this one and skip the rest and make sure that it's gone. And I will copy a bit, and let's call this test. So let's actually do bash, right? Because I feel bash is nicer to do it this way. Right, right. I know why it's done several times. I know why it's done several times, because it's done for every file in the directory. So it's supposed to be done 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times currently, right? That's what the checkpoint means.
OnTheHack says,
Right.
Well spotted.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing, that's what we're using, and that's why it's added several times. But it shouldn't be added 15,000 times. That's wrong. We shouldn't get 15,000 characters instead of 33. I mean, that's a bigger diff, right? So let's still do this. And let's LSLA here. So we are running bash test sh, and I'm going to LSLA again because, and I'm going to actually do a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back while we wait. I drank too much. So, what do you think? What on earth is 31,000 characters long? And I wasn't gone for 2 minutes, right? Two, 3. Yeah, let's say that's 15,000 again. So we have confirmed that this has nothing to do with it was the sudoers file. This is something else that's happening. And apparently it's running a lot of times. So the tar command does something a lot of times. So that's the only solution. So let's check the file contents, right? I don't know if I want to cut this. Maybe we should download the file. Let's cut. What on earth is happening here? So we see the same time a lot of times because it's kind of quick when it runs. There we have 1. So here. So it's kind of instant to do this a lot of times, right? Because the time is the same, and then the next minute. And then, oh look. So it was during 2 seconds it was doing this. 2 seconds at this minute, and then we go to minute 2. Nice to be I8 to it's 15 here. The time is wrong. So I'm still scrolling. I'm scrolling and scrolling. It's still going here. I'm scrolling. So here we have. So in 2, it only went for 1 second, and then 3. 3:02. It wasn't as quick this time. I'm scrolling constantly. Yeah, so I don't think we want to cut this one again, but let's just a little lay to see the size. So it's growing. I'm kind of curious how tar works now, because the checkpoint 1 command or option, it adds a checkpoint of 1, right? So 1 what? That's the question. So if we do tar help here, and we'll look at this again, checkpoint number, display progress, messages every number record.
1 equals 512 bytes, I believe.
So it's bytes. So it's for bytes, because I thought it was per file then. A record was a file, was my thought. So it's dependent on the size of the files. So if we were to put a file here that's bigger, let's say this is the biggest file. If we delete the image PNG, will this size grow slower? So it's currently this. Let's rm image. Let's look again at the directory. So we managed to do this within one of them. So now it should grow much slower if it's size dependent, which I assume it must be, right? Because this file was so much bigger than the others. I'm starting to get hungry too. I need lunch. It's 15. I can snack on some muesli here. That's what I had a lot for breakfast. Kind of late breakfast. 9? No, it was 8, I think. So yeah, it's increased. Any more thoughts? Anyway, we know why it grew so much, why it was added so much. But I thought it was per file. I didn't think it was. Every numbered record, default is 10. So there we have a size increase. Yeah, so it increases the same size. It was like 15 before, 15,000. It's still 15,000. We still don't know why. Hmm. I deleted the file that was massively bigger than the others, though we have this. Let's actually remove the file itself, because it compensates for the other one.
Sorry, I want to correct what I said. In a previous room, I played with record number option of tar, that I put as 512, but I have not written the default value.
Okay, okay. So let's remove the what on earth file. So it doesn't exist. A full LSLA now gives us not this file. So it should grow slower because there's no big file. We'll see. Because I couldn't delete the massive file when we have another massive file and expect. I mean, it wasn't. It was bigger already. So if it's true, the size should not be as big. It's still 15,000, meaning that's not the thing. It's something that doesn't have to do with the file size or the number of files. It's something irrelevant to that. But I think it's enough digging, you know. What else could we check, you know? I don't know. I'm just thinking, is there anything else we can use this one for? I think we explored like most things. Before we end, we can just make sure that it works as it should again. Meaning, I'm not going to up this. I'll have to
Are you going to play with Hydra and HTTP post form?
do you want to? Yeah, you wanted me to test that. So I did close burp. We can open burp again and we can look at stuff before we stop this one. Okay, we'll check that first. Why not? And I asked
Now or another time.
I'm a bit. I want to do any two, and also I want to go shopping with my kid before it's night time. It's 15, so it's not like night yet, but I could go check when he wants to go shopping. It's not that we need to shop a lot either, it's just a few things. Let's just see. Okay, I'm sure the bash thing would work, so I did delete the image, so the web page will kind of be broken, right? So I guess it's the Skynet start image. No, this one is there. Some image is deleted from the site. This is the shell. Was it the login? Let's check. What login was it that we wanted to test? So the Hydra that failed was when I used this error here instead. So let's just quickly rerun this one as a test. So I'm going to copy it, and I'm using Skynet THM, meaning we don't have to change the IP or anything. I'm just going to check that the box won't die on us. It has 58 minutes left, so we have lots of time. So let's remove a few things. Let's keep our access. I don't think I had anything useful here. We just edited the file, so let's exit that one. Let's exit this one. Okay, Control C first. My goodness. So I had so many things running here. The HTTP it can still be on, so we have just those two. I'm so sorry. This is the Hydra that works. So let's just right. So we need to cd thm, not Annie, but Skynet. And I don't remember what. Yeah, right. All the files from the box. So let's paste again, and here we should have logs, because I see that the file here log1.txt, this will be in logs, right? So it definitely found the file, it found the password. So this is double checked that this works, right? I'm just waiting for it to end. Now we change the fail thing here to error, because that was also in the page. And we run it again. And this time we don't find the problem. So let's actually send the results to burp, right? And let's do it first with the correct ones. So let's look at Hydra, if I can spell Hydra, Hydra's help. And I know I have saved a bit of this in my notes. Right, we go into my notes because I have the HTTP bit too. So let's close this one and this one and this one, because we're really done with the box. We're just exploring. So let's actually read. So cracking brute force, Hydra. Middle click to get a new tab. And so let's just check my HTTP notes. To get help on this specifically, we can do Hydra U. And I have that in here, so I'm not running it again. So yeah, I pasted this one in here. Yeah. And this one had login failed. Yeah, and I pasted this long one. This was a very long one. That's the most complex one I've had so far. It didn't work without it all. So now we're at the help. Let's scroll down to the HTTP get form help. And by default, this module is configured to follow a maximum of 5 redirection in a row. It always gathers a new cookie from the same URL without variables. The parameter requires a minimum of 3 colon separated values plus optional values. If you need a colon in the option, escape it with backslash. But do not escape. Okay. It's just a special split character is colon, nothing else. Syntax: URL, form parameters, optional, optional, conditional string. First is the page on the server to get or post to URL, for example, login. Second is the post get variables taken from either the browser, proxy, etc. without the initial question mark character, and the username and passwords being replaced with user 64 for 64-bit encodings, pause 64. Third are optional parameters, see below. Last is a string. This is a bit very interesting. That it checks for an invalid login by default. Invalid condition login checks can be preceded by F. Successful condition login must be preceded by S. So we can also use successful, which I had to do once, and then I had to guess what the successful one was, right? Because I couldn't make it working with F. This is where most people get it wrong. You have to check the web app what a failed string looks like and put it in this parameter. Add the D switch to see the sent received data. So there's a D switch there. I think you mentioned that maybe, but I was thinking of proxying here too. So let's look at the D's. What was the D switch? It's not in here. It must be up here. So D. I'm blind. Think there's a search. So, okay. Alright, debug mode. So debug mode, we can enable debug mode to see the output.
When I mentioned D earlier, it was about LSD.
Okay. Note that using invalid login condition checks.
What I mentioned about Hydra though was about proxying.
Yeah, exactly. So we might have been talking about them at the same time then, and I thought you mentioned that too. The following parameters are optional and are put between the form parameters. Or I was just messing my head. I was very tired at the start. Let's just run it with D at first. Debug, because I usually do the capital V to see the lines. These get all the listed ones. So if we go up for the one we're curious about knowing more things about this, and I'm going to put the option at the start, so it's always nice to...
BTW, you are in the help of HTTP get form, not HTTP post form.
Okay. Was I? Yeah. Okay, so let's fix that. Let's get both, because they're probably similar but not the same. And also I messed up there. I added something. So let's... I'm just copying this line, and we're going to post too. There. So, but first let's do D, because these are common things. That's nice, but it's also very long, right? So this is when I'm thinking I should have tinier text. So this is a fail. which is nice to know, right? Because we can look at the ones. Let's go to the top. What I would really like would be to select all of this and just copy it all. Is there no select all? Let's look at these. Why is there no select all? Do I have to switch shell or terminal emulator just for being able to select it all? That's a kind of basic thing to want. You want to paste stuff from your terminal, right? Isn't that a basic thing? I think so. Anyway, so I was going to look for, this is the correct password, cyborg 007, right? So when this is run, the line would look like oh look, it's the first line. That makes it easy. It's the first one that it sends. It's just that it doesn't get the reply there until later. So if we go to the darn thing here, anyway, it's kind of at the top, hopefully, but the reply will be later. Come on, I did drag you up here, and I did.
It is the first one, but it occurs twice.
Oh, it occurs twice too. Okay. Oh, look there. Yeah. So I can hold shift and do page up and page down, I know, so we can go a bit faster than scrolling at least. So debug. So verbose, let's look for the right verbose line, right? Because we don't have to look at all the debug information. I'm just looking for verbose here. Where's the first verbose? Oh, this is not really doable. I don't think this is good. Let's see if we can find a way to send it to burp instead, because this is horrible. No, this is a good learning. We'll skip Annie and look at this instead. So how to send Hydra to burp, right? And if we can, we'll find it through helps.
You can search inside the terminal with Control-Shift-F.
Okay, okay. Well, let's look. Okay, so we can search here. I should have copied the password, but I have it on my screen too, so I'll just go over to the other side and copy it from the notes, and let's search for it here. And that's the first hit. This is still the basic ones. So after this we checked for more information, right? So here's in the debug text. I still think this is a bit of a mess. I mean, look at this. So here is the attempt. What we're looking for is the reply. Is what it's sending, I guess. So I do think I prefer using page up and page down, because this is, it hops, and I don't know how long it hopped and where it came from, and Is this too boring for stream? That's the question. So we could never search for a string in this either. So let's simply search for error now, right? Because am I? I did click there and it didn't find it anyway. No, I don't want to do this. This is not quick, it's not useful for the future. I will never use that as a tactic. I will just randomly test stuff rather than I would read that, right? So let's first get the help for this. And the way to get it, I had it on the top here. There. Hydra, and this is for get, so we'll have to change it, but it's you. And let's close this thing and let's type something. So we hop down and we're going to do post instead, and we copy this. And I'm assuming a very similar to the other one here. And right, so there's the problem here is that it's like escaped there, right? So it thinks doesn't see this one. We can just do this. That'll fix the highlighting. I'll just do that too so we can read it easier. I read all of this. I'll just quickly scan it. User pass SF here, the D switch to see who sent received data. Note that using invalid login conditions checks can result in false positive. Of course, this is exactly like it's the other way, you know, we get false negatives. The following parameters are optional and are put between the form parameters and the condition string. Yeah, so we can use return. This is a way to do it too. And I think you had to put like 2 equals and something here. I tested this. To define a different page, gather initial cookies from, skip pre-requests, to send user data defined. Note that if you're going to put columns in your headers, you should escape them. Yeah, they already said that. You can specify a header without escaping the columns, but that way you will not be able to put columns in the header value itself, as they will be interpreted at Hydra as option separators. Yeah. I also messed around with moving the string start and end, and it doesn't seem to help much if the as the colons are in or outside those. Yeah. Not any more information here. Let's Google. So, proxy, Hydra. Just do burp, not. I was thinking should do through or with, or let's just skip words that don't need to be there, right? Plus burp. This is get, but it's probably the same. And I've already looked at this one. Intercepting Hydra. Hydra proxy HTTP set. So this seems to be get specific maybe, but it's probably the same. Export Hydra proxy HTTP. I don't remember what I did with GoBuster. I should look at that because it was probably something. Oh no, it wasn't really similar. But there was something else I did. I wonder if I did this. So, do you have any thoughts? I'm researching this for you on the hack. We're doing this together. You have to think too. Or I would have been doing any. I do want to know though, so I'm interested in it. Intercepting Hydra with a burp suit. 7 years ago. I tried Hydra.
The proxying uses that end variable mentioned on Porswigger.
Yeah. I tried export Hydra proxy HTTP and export Hydra proxy SOX 5. So this is a bit old, right? Soladmin. Oh my god, this is not readable.
The proxying of GoBuster uses an option that is part of the GoBuster syntax, I believe.
Yeah, it has something in there. But I used burp for something else too, I think. And that's what I was realizing there. I don't know if it was Hydra though. So I was thinking, did I like make a tunnel?
Panda Tongue says,
It's Monday, you better have got me some ice cream over the weekend. Tongue.
Onthi Hack says,
I'm going shopping soon, I promise.
Here is the syntax I use for Hydra. Export Hydra proxy HTTP equals http://localhost:8080.
Yeah. Did you ever just make some kind of tunnel for it? That's the option for... Is that an option for burp or for Hydra? I mean, it must be for Hydra. This is setting that's not in the help. I guess I should just Google it, right?
That is an option for Hydra.
Yeah, because Hydra is the one that starts it, so it has to know. So...
Nothing to do for burp, as it ISIS port 8080 by default.
Yeah. So okay, so it's here in the information here. But why is it not like that in the help? And why don't they have an option for it? So, how to scan crack over a proxy. The environment variable Hydra proxy HTTP defines the web proxy. This works just for HTTP services. The following syntax is valid. HTTP login password. Okay. Proxy list. The last example is a text file containing up to 64 proxies in the same format definition as the other examples. For all other services, use the Hydra proxy variables. Okay, it uses the same syntax. Hydra proxy. Whatever it is, login password. Yeah, for example. Yeah, so then there's other things. So let's copy this bit here.
The proxy is at the end of Hydra H. In the examples section, that is what I used.
Okay. So then it should be here. Right, here it is. So if I had searched for proxy, I would have found it. Let's do that still, if it's mentioned anywhere else. So now we have quite a lot of information about it. I just checked this bit and it wasn't mentioned here more than here. So I thought there would be something specific, but it wasn't. So I didn't even look up here. That's stupid of me. Get post form HTTP proxy. Oh. So this is another one that it can do. A technique, not a proxy. This is a proxy. Still not lots of information here. I would have expected like more of it. And I don't like using environment variables. It's like sloppy. You should just be able to paste one command and do something, right? If you have to put an export there too. You don't want to always use it. Only if you have problems finding them. Well, let's do it. So by the way, so you were just asking to make me find the same? Was that why? Because I was only looking because you asked, you know. But it's nice to know it, of course. I still have that paste to make. So let's do proxying Hydra.
Sorry, what is the question?
Nah. It doesn't matter. It was why you wanted me to do it if you already had the answer. But you wanted to look at the error, right? So we can do it.
No, I knew from the start how to proxy.
Yeah, but I didn't want to do it. I did it for you. Okay, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's just do it now. Right. I'm just checking chat here. Well, I guess we should do it then.
What I do not know is why the error string does not flag the right password.
Yeah, that's odd. I guess I should see so it doesn't fall asleep like I seem to do. Oh, wrong one. This one, right? 27. It's always 20 something. But it wasn't last time. I think it was 13 minutes. Usually I end up somewhere there. Right, I was going to add this to my notes. So for burp. So I'm just going to put the I don't have to switch. I'm just putting the URL, the GitHub URL where I got that text, so I keep track of stuff, what I've written and what other people wrote, you know. Yeah. So okie dokie, so this was the place where we did it, right? Yeah. So burp is on. I'm not sure. Yeah, I clicked. So right, so it's so long since I did this. I always use the HTTP history here, but I think we have like something here too. So we didn't do anything, that's why. So what if we just run this one again and turn burp on? Of course, that's why. I was like, I did click this after starting it, didn't I do that? Come on. Oh, whatever. Let's go the normal one. But didn't it? This is burp is on. Okay. Let's control F5 it, so it actually... Oh, look, and now the image is gone. So I deleted the image. We have this, and now we get stuff here too. I'm just thinking, we'll add this to the scope so we don't get a lot of other stuff. That's what I'm thinking. But it's not that much, right? Not that much. We can even close Firefox if we want to. It's kind of okay. Let's go back here. So there. Now let's just export. Hydra proxy HTTP and well, I'm curious though. Let's see. Yeah, they used doubles. I'm typing in the wrong place again. It's so annoying when I type between the VM and not VM, and text doesn't appear anywhere. So I'm like in the VM but not in the terminal. That's annoying. There. So this is the one that doesn't work. Let's start with the one that works. So and then we look at the... I keep clicking the wrong one. So here we have the replies. So we could also have done the 302 one, right? Because the only one we get the 302 on is the correct one. So this is a good thing to look at, the 302. let's actually look in my Hydra notes for the 2 equals.
I also use T1 with Hydra to avoid sending 16 passwords at a time, with the responses coming back out of order.
Okay. Yes, I'm sure I used this. This might get like a mess. All the things where I use 2 equals. Can I do like space Hydra? Will it search for several things then? No, it doesn't work. Because this is not relevant anymore, is it? 120 results. 2 equals. I don't see any 2 equals. There it is. In my history, look, here I used it. 2 equals. Lots of them in the old history. This is an old copy of my history. Unfortunately, it's sorted, I think. Yeah, so 2 equals here 2, but this might not have worked. And this one is just 2 equals colon. And I don't know which is the working ones. That's annoying. Oh well, that didn't give much at all. So let's skip back. We'll have to test it. But anyway, looking for the 3 2s, that's the best way here. Then we don't have to look what the responses are. So why do we have gets? Because it gets stuff first. There was stuff about getting the cookies and things. So it keeps getting it not to use some old stuff. So
With T1, you can see that one get is followed by one post, and then it repeats.
yeah, I understand that. I don't think this is a problem though. So I don't see a problem with this. The thing is, in the successful one, which is the 302, do we still have the text error? That's the question. So if we search here for error, we don't have error in here. But in the page that we're sent on to, is this that page, or is, let's look more, because burp kind of hops on and Hydra hops on. So (302) found, and the other ones are 200. Okay, so let's look at one of these. And we have one match here in all of them. So match, match, nothing for error. So it's really not logical. Well, let's do the one that fails. Let's do the one that fails. And then we can compare the successful one with the other one. and see if they are exactly the same. So it does get this afterwards. Session ID, scroll mail language. Yeah, there's error in this page. Do you see it? The error text is in here. That's why we can't use this. This is the page it gets for the successful one. And it's the mail page, and it has error in this text. That's why it doesn't work. That's what I assumed, but still I wanted to check it there. Let's still do the other one. Now we know why, so we don't really need to, but it's a thing to play with. So let's switch this to error. Like we know it doesn't work. There.
Sorry, I do not understand.
Okay. Let's just do it and I'll so let's look here on 302. 302 found is a redirect status response code. Indicates that the resource requested has been temporarily moved to the URL given by the location header. This is a redirect, and Hydra follows redirects by default. What was it, 6 times or something? So if you would set it not to follow redirects, error would work. So let's check and see how we would do that, because it follows the redirect to the actual mail page, and in that source code it had the text error. So if we look back here again, sorry, clicking on the wrong machine. We get for the successful hit here. Let's go up. No, this is the one here. You can also see that there's not a title on this page. This one says unknown something here. Let's see. Can you see? Is it big enough? Here. This is the one that we could find, and this works as
Yes.
an error. And the text that was before it was error, and that's why I tried to find error, you know. But when we go to the one that's correct here, we enter the correct one, we get a 302. And what happens then is that this page here, we're not looking for error in here, but we redirect it, as 302 is a redirect. So it's let's scroll not too far down here. This one, can you see the length of this one is much bigger? This was the last one before I run the other one. So we are redirected. When we logged in successfully, it automatically sends the request for the actual webmail, and we get the webmail page. If we render it, you'll see this should be the logged in, and you can click for your mails and stuff. Okay, it couldn't actually render it. There you can see the error too. So I think it actually failed in rendering it. It would be fun to run. Can we do put this in the browser? Show response in browser here, right? So we copy, and we open this in the browser. Now we have run several others afterwards, so this might not work. That might be why we got a red preview too. I don't know. I don't think so. Anyway, in the page we were redirected to, there was error. The word error was in there. So I'm going to look here now in here for setting how many redirects you want, right? Automatically follow redirects. That's what we want. So redirect. So I read this just a bit ago. By default, this module is configured to follow a maximum of 5 redirects in a row. And we have the same here for HTTP post, just to confirm. So it follows redirects by default. Let's see how we change the default for redirects. Apparently it didn't start at the top for this. Sorry, my tummy goes burp. Right, I was going to eat lunch, right? I wanted to finish this first. So don't we have a redirect here? I'll have to read it all. Login, pass, disable, use non-browser offering, try and... Because if it doesn't follow redirect, error should work. That's what I'm looking for. Colon separated login pass format. Is it clearer what I meant? Okay, I'm tired of this. Let's Google. So Hydra, no redirect. Hydra redirect.
I understand the idea. It makes sense. I will probably run that on my end to see firsthand.
Yeah, and also you can look for 302s. That was part of the Hydra, since it's important thing, you know, with the 2 equals here. This is the first bit of the extra. So then you would, instead of F equals for failures or S for success, you could have a 2 equals. But I don't know if you're supposed to put 3 or 2 or not, because I had both in my old commands. So let's finish the research.
Also, Wireshark was the option I wasn't thinking, as Wireshark sees all the bits and bytes and words, etc.
Yeah. So Wireshark is a bit too much info too, maybe. As when we run it as with a debug option, you get just overwhelmed by data, and we're humans, you know. So
Fixerbot says,
in. Thanks for following.
New follower Boskins. Less than 3.
Welcome, and thanks for the follow, Boskins. So let's see. Yeah, so that wasn't helpful. I should have stop redirect instead. Let's actually hop to the ChatGPT. We had one open, right? I can't find the icon there. So Hydra, stop redirect. Hydra is old. It should know it. you can use the F option to stop. Yeah, but that's not what I meant. Hide yourself does not provide a direct option to stop following a redirect. That kind of confirms what I've found so far. However, you can control this behavior through the server configuration or use other tools to filter the results. F, incorrect F. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that we'll have to use its... this doesn't understand it, but there's actually a way to stop the redirects. And that is to use the 302 itself. Right? So, since this exists and it's kind of obvious and big and first in the line of extra stuff, this is what we'd have to use. So let's see if we can do that. How would we type it? Except we could just look here again how I did it long ago, and I don't remember if this actually worked, but this is a hint at least. Yes, I replaced the other one. That's wrong. Let's try it. See if we can get it working. So this should work if we're not redirected. So and this is also F equals, right? But let's do another colon here and see if it actually handles both. 2 equals. I'm adding nothing more just to see if this works. And it found it. So that stopped redirection. Nothing more. And it stopped redirection. So we proved ChatGPT wrong, right? So if we remove that one again, and we found it in the colon extra bit, that's why I added it like this. Let's say that it would specify this as 301, which it is not, right? It will still find it.
Says, can you do it another time, because Hydra sometimes changes its mind.
Yeah, okay, let's do it again. I guess this is the third time. I don't know if it reads what's actually after the equals. It might not. So that worked. But if we look here in the help, it doesn't say anything after the 2 here. 2 equals. So it might not even read what's after there. So I added 301, it didn't change anything. So we've done it 3 times now. And it's worked all of them. And I'm kind of sure I've used this before. But let's add this as an example to my notes too. Because it's nice to have it there, you know, in case next time. For next time. This is always the next time, right? So I'm going to add it exactly right after the other one here. So
so somehow you have to think ahead and anticipate that there could be a redirect in case of success. A bit awkward.
Yeah, so I don't think it's very awkward actually, because
but you found it. Great, and thanks.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I just added don't follow found redirects 302s, right? And let's copy it into the notes here. So I thought I already had it in my notes, but I didn't, so now it's there. It's nice. So we can see that this is the same one, but this is with the longer bit of the text. So Also on this one, I don't think the last bit makes any difference. So let's remove this bit. Okay, let's try this. See if that works. Yeah, so the last bit actually didn't matter. Well, actually it did matter. Because it kind of broke there and gave everything as a... That's a bug. I think that's a bug in Hydra. Everything after the one that worked, it's like they set a variable and then it keeps being set. So that feels very much like a bug. Anyone want to debug Hydra? Nah, just kidding. I
There
need
is
to
a
get
room in
lunch.
THM about Fuff where the creates makes a bit of mockery of Hydra, claiming that Hydra is often wrong.
Yeah.
I am
yeah.
not sure if that is right in the
Yeah, come
end,
there.
but perhaps Fuff is easier though. Creator.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think also that a lot of tools have bugs in them because people, they make something and it's good enough, you know, and it works for, especially for the creator who knows how to avoid the bugs. But I had lots of bugs when I tried Ferox Buster. It's very buggy. And the let's see, what was it? I think it's R option, but was it to follow redirects? Maybe. No. Yeah, it's recursive by default, but it doesn't follow redirects by default. Probably, I think. Let's try it. So, you're in the screen, right? So let's...
Tools that are old and maintained through the times are reliable. The best example is Nmap, created around year 2000, and still maintained regularly.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ferox Buster, we're at Skynet. And if we run this, I think it will work just fine. But if we add R... This is just my memory. Let's actually look at my notes. So web, fuzzing, and we have Ferox Buster. And it's going deep into here and finding all the things automatically that we had to run several ones for. It will be fun to see if it finds a hidden one. I don't think so, because it's not in a list that I can think of. It can't be in a list. Anyway, it will find lots of things there. But if we do the... Let's see, do I have... So I didn't need to install it. I just put that there anyway. So where's my notes? Here. Don't use R. Yeah, so I remember it. It seems yo bug, to bug. Oh my, I clicked by something by mistake. So this bit, I've changed how I make my notes, and I want this on top. So there, and I never stopped using this. So so let's try R. This will take forever with all these. Anyway, it's found 12 errors, lots. So I might even stop this. Though it doesn't do the full list, it's almost finished. It's like halfway, right? I think it can. It's halfway. Yeah, oh, I shouldn't touch that. So I think it will find 12 only. So also, every time you run it, it's a different result. let's actually do... Let's read about the R option. Redirects. I remembered it correctly. Allow client to follow redirects, right? Hi.
Superimposer says,
Hi Fixit, how is it today? Have an happy working day Fixit 42 loves.
Thank you. It's great. I hope you have a happy working day too. We're just researching a few things. That's all. Playing around with the box after it's done, really. And also testing stuff on it, because I think I remember this being a problem. So
Man page day I see.
well, we finished the Skynet one kind of quickly. Let's run this one now. I don't want to wait anymore. And if it bugs extra, well, as you can see, it has found 2 so far. 4. We'll see if it finds any more. Anyway, I had lots of bugs, and there was something that was supposed to be easy to find, and that GoBuster found easily for 1 box, and it didn't find it. Because it got like several times the lower results. So far it's 5. And this one has 13. Though these 13 are also like, well, there are 301s here. So I guess they might not be hits when you do redirects. Anyway, the thing was not found using this. So something is kind of off. Only the 200s get registered here as hits. So it might like not be really a bug, just maybe a bug. And also, is this 404 found like a found? Yeah, I'm not a friends with it really, but I think if you stay away from the R, it might work. But it's always different. Every time you run it, you get different results, which is kind of like odd and feels wobbly. I don't trust it, you know. Let's actually abort this one and clean up a bit, and I'm going to check on my kids a bit more, and I might eat something. Maybe I'll even go shopping
Hack
and
says,
stop stream. I don't know.
the good sign about the reliability of Feroxbuster is that Tiberius has included it in his auto-reckon tool. Superimposer says,
Food.
Yeah, I haven't eaten lunch, and it's 16 now. I did take like a few muesli pieces here. So raw oats.
Okay, food. Go. Now.
There's also like fruit in here. So
That is not fruit, that is snacks. Ha ha ha.
yeah, it's berries.
translated from Tagalog.
Yeah, it's snacks. So I actually ate this muesli and yogurt as breakfast, so it's you can have full for a long time. So 5 hours and 20 minutes apparently. Yeah, so you can see now we found 5 hits here with this one. Well, this one found. You get more of the directories that actually exists. Even if they are redirects. I didn't find Squirrel Main Administrator that GoBuster found, but Then you had to like search several times.
You
know?
grow enough to know, but I'm pain on the butt enough to tell you, go to eat something good rather than snacks.
Yeah, I'm going to eat food. That's why I'm kind of like pausing now here. So, time to clean up a bit.
D.
So we're still on the box. So this was the directory that no enumeration found.
OnTheHack says, maybe the issue is also how much traffic you send, like if you reduce the amount of threads you may increase the reliability.
This is not a good box to test this because it has so many layers, you know. But when I run this on a simpler one, where it did kind of was finished quickly, you know, then you got, I was only running that, and it also, I let it finish every time, and I had this consistently lots of odd results, and it never being the same. It's just
Fixerbot
odd.
says,
New follower Tuki Tuki. Less than 3.
Welcome in, Tuki Tuki. Thanks for the follow. It's always, everybody has such fun names. Tuki Tuki. I like it. Yeah, so let's exit this one too. And let's exit it again. Come on, oh, whatever. I can just, we're done with this thing. I want a fresh one. I'm going to go check with my kids. I can make food for myself in 2 seconds, right? I'll just put a pie in the microwave. But if we're going to start doing any, then I want to make sure when my kids want to go
OnTheHack
shopping.
says, okay, worth keeping in mind. Somehow, I like Gobbuster, but
Yeah.
I think if the end is because I remember the syntax and I started using long ago.
Yeah, but
Superimposer says,
I
Oh,
go
do
say
that.
hi to Theo.
say hi from me too. So, I'm thinking that GoBuster, a lot of people use it that I trust, like
Okay.
Gar. He uses GoBuster as his first choice, and he's really good at you know, he's so fast and everything. He's good at it. And he uses GoBuster, and I guess it's because it works and he trusts it, you know, not just that you've been using it for a long time. I think he tests new stuff too. But I'm happy to learn all of the
OnTheHack
things.
says, Gar and Tiberius are really good
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah, and I know that Tiberius, he had problems with this library something.
There have been colleges before.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Anyway, Gar, he was like,
They?
we had this Discord
Colleagues.
Discord event, you know, he has this Discord events, and he was like, oh, I've been trying this for an hour, I have only gotten this so far, so far, so I don't know. Anyway, it seemed he's very quick at things, and Tiberius is very good, of course, too. Yeah. So I just haven't seen him as much doing it.
Very quick at
I
typing
should.
also, Gar7.
Yeah, he had a problem with the box because it kept not keeping up with him when he was typing. So it's a problem to type too fast sometimes. That was funny. Right, so maybe we should do fair expressor on all of the things, right? So let's mark this one as done. Rename, and I can't click there. I think it will close it, so we have to do this. Yeah. And then we have Annie, which is not finished, but we do have SSH. So this is what I'm thinking.
Thanks for troubleshooting Hydra. I will go away now.
You don't have to go away. We'll see. I'll go check with my kids, and we might just do this because I have the SSH now. I would like to rerun this though, because it was kind of funny that it. I have in my notes, I'm sure. Here I was like doing it. Still the same. Same with Metasploit, restarting again, the same, and then run it about 15 times again, and then it got a short 0.5 second shell. Continued, you know, and after a few tries, I said, "Oh, this is my last try for today," and then it worked, and it was very annoying. And then I finally closed that shell down because it, you know, end of the day, yeah. And this is the output you get when you run it. And at first I made it to a Python 3 one, and then I went back and run the Python 2 one just to make sure that I had the original thing and it should work. Well, so yeah, I ran it a few times, but this should really be in its own. And then we should have the SSH in a separate. Yeah, so I should fix my notes here too. Anyway, I started looking at things in it, but I didn't do much.
Sorry, cannot see your screen.
Alright, I'm sorry. So this is Annie here. So 227070 is AnyDesk. And there was a CVE for AnyDesk. And there, when you run this one, I did it so many times, and I was reading here, still nothing. Same with Metasploit, restarting again, the same. I run it, and run it, and run it, and run it, and so finally it worked. Yeah, so finally it worked anyway. So made sure to get the safety stuff there first. But I haven't finished it, so we'll have to go back and we have the SSH now.
Are your notes on your GitHub?
Yes, it's there. So it's called Obsidian Public, I think. So I think I updated it the other day. So I'll update it. We can do an update right now.
Okay, I'll check later.
Okay. Let's just do PowerShell. I actually changed the color yesterday of my PowerShell because I was getting so annoyed of the blue ugliness. So it took like 1 second to change the color. So why did I even not do it? I don't know. So here's the notes. I don't think I have done very much because I updated it just the other day. Not that much. So
Superimposer says.
But for your notes
17.
you use the material docs.
You use the material MK docs? I don't know what that is even. So I just use Obsidian. I kinda should know what day it is, right? It's the 17th, and I need to send in an important mail I couldn't send yesterday because the internet died. Well, I guess I should say this morning, since it was just past midnight. Right.
I don't know enough, but I saw Theo use it for the Obsidian notes he published on Git.
Oh, right, you mean the... Okay, yeah. It uses a subdirectory called docs of your repositories. It's used really for adding documentation to your project and showing that. So I wasn't pleased with that. I'll do something else. I would like to share all of my notes in that case, you know, not just have a docs subdirectory in my notes. Nah, don't like it. So but someone made it for normal repost, you know, programming stuff, to have documentation. That's nice. It's just not meant for a Obsidian repository like that. So I don't remember what I was doing. I was going to check the status again. So git push. So now it's updated. So all the notes, the latest things we did with the latest updates we did today are in there too.
I am fixing all of my notes because I had a probably stupid idea. Back up those on Git like you do, and maybe do a blog post like page with those.
Okay, yeah. Yes, I guess that the docs thing might be useful, but also I should make a new web page. I have this one that I made some time ago. So what if I do fix it now? Yeah. So I don't really like the now bit. I couldn't think of something to add to make it find a domain, you know. So I thought like, well, fix it now. Okay, that's okay. But now I have fixit42.com instead. So I might just remove this bit and put it there. But maybe I should have it split. Like this is like the... It wasn't... there's actually an index 2 here, where I tested...
Because I can do one thing, write notes in English for everyone, and write it in Italian for Italians people.
Cool, cool. Yeah, that's nice.
But that is a website you've bought.
Yeah, this is just my domain. Oh, look! There's an ad break for this. That's funny. Yeah, it said ads are starting. So I didn't know that. I'm taking an ad break apparently.
Oh, okay. Theo used that thing for free if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, so this
Onty
is
Hack
just my normal
says,
web page. So I'm thinking I'll put
I
it
read
in
about
here.
people having tried all these note-taking apps, Cherry Tree, Notion, Obsidian, Jotlan, and in the end they fall back on text files with markdown syntax they do manually, but I do not know how you would include screenshots then.
The thing is, the reason I use Obsidian, and the only reason, right, there are several things. One is this is just text files in directories. So let's look at this in System Explorer. What happens, do you think? Yeah, oh look, files, text files. And images is a subdirectory with an image. When I paste something here, it is automatically made an image. So I also have, let's see if it's running.
Superimposer
This
says,
too.
I personally use Obsidian because I find it very complete and fast to use, but is a personal experience.
Yeah, so if I click F4 here, I can just save this or select this, and then I can just Control V it here. So this is an image now, and it's saved automatically in images. So this is what I like about Obsidian, that it's very simple to just take screenshots and document what you're doing without you having to open a, like, save it in an image program, you know. Or even this program could also save screenshots to it, but it wouldn't automatically end up in your text file, which it does now, since it's just normal text files. It's nothing at all odd. It's just text files. So it's all text files
Onty
in a
Hack
directory
says,
structure. So I can do whatever
I
I
use
want with
Obsidian
it.
for the same reasons.
Yeah, and the second thing is it's not online, meaning if I were to have things, let's say I have a client's data and I need to take notes on something that is secret. I don't want to do that on an online service, right? Like Notion, right, is only online. And then there's also the Cherry Tree thing. I think it makes some kind of other database thing, right? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Also, I do not like Notion because it is cloud-based for full features, Indeed.
Yeah, and it's paid to, right? You need to pay to get more than a tiny bit of data. Yeah, so just a sec. Yes, love. Oh, förlåt. Okej. Så du vill ha lite mer mat. Men jag tänker kanske är dags för mig att sluta nu, så ska jag och Linus gå och handla också snart. Linus? Yes, självklart. Linus? Skulle du vilja gå och handla snart? Jag tänkte om jag skulle ta streama och så går jag och handlar en liten stund. Är det bra? Men jag ska avsluta lite bara. Okej, vi kan skaffa ice cream. Tänk en lista i huvudet så skriver vi upp den, okej? Okej. Okej, take it like. Yeah, so right, so this is why I like Obsidian, because it's I have full control of the files. They're local, and I can select bits to just upload to GitHub, and I have full control. And this started clicking for some reason.
However, Obsidian seems to be so rich of features that I think most people underutilize it. One thing that I have started using with tags to help searches.
Yeah. The only thing I don't use tags. I use links sometimes, and let's delete this one. So there, and I did paste it in here, right? So this link is dead now. But what I could do is, let's say I'm thinking, my God, what notes do I have on SSH? So I can just search like this too in my notes. So I kind of realized this recently, so I can just search like this. What I don't like at all is that it has this graphical 3D thingy map. I don't care. I don't want it. I just want this a bit. I don't care that it's possible to do other stuff. I don't use any other plugins.
Yes, but then you have all the text having SSH.
Yeah, I can also search for SSH, but then I would find all of these hits first with all the numbers, all the boxes.
If you have hashtag SSH and search for hashtag SSH, you have less results.
No, but the problem is that I would have to add hashtags. I don't want to add hashtags for stuff. I don't like hashtags. So I've thought how I want it, and I don't like that, so I don't use it. It's very simple. You can use what you want. What you don't use.
Of course,
you know.
But look at the problem earlier when you searched for equals to.
Can you even have a tag called equals to? The only problem with Obsidian that I have is that since these are file names, you can't have certain characters in them. And I might want to have characters here that are not okay. So if I want to add any of these characters, you know, you can't. Because you can't have them in file names. So that's the only problem I have with it. And I also have a problem with it not listing
I have
all
tags
file
like
types.
hashtag Hydra proxy, Hydra SNTP, etc. Question of preference.
Yeah. Yeah, so if that's how you use it, that's
Superimposer
fine.
says.
I like Obsidian because, other than link all documents together, and be saved locally, I can use LaTeX for math formulas, and Mermaid for schemes, and UML, all native without plugins.
Okay. Yeah. I don't even know what Mermaid is. I never heard of it. And I don't know math formulas. So what I have added is I want to see other files. I want to see code files. I'm scrolling here instead of minimizing stuff. But down a bit.
OnTheHack says, I prefer
Like
indeed
Pi
to stay away
files.
from plugins, afraid of the security implications.
Okay, yeah. So I have this plugin to be able to see PI files, C files, stuff like that. But I recently switched because apparently it wasn't there anymore. So when I split my my Obsidian into public and private, so I have one called plain text, where I can add extensions that I want to see.
Mermaid is for schematics. Let me see if I find the home page of it.
I can probably just Google mermaid, right? Or will I just get a bunch of mermaids? So anyway, this, and then I have also TTS. I don't think I've used it really, but I was thinking when I added it that I have a TTS in my browser, and then I can like go make food in the kitchen and listen to something at the same time. So I haven't really been listening to my notes, so I could really remove that one. If you could like do all the notes,
diagrams,
can you read this? I don't
not
think
schematics. Sorry for the wrong calling it.
Okay. So let's do mermaid. So diagramming and sharding tool. I want images, I don't want this. So show me some images of it. Well, that's the wrong type of mermaid. So no, I misspelled it. It will probably find something anyway. So like this, like flowcharts. And like coding stuff. This kind of thing.
Here is the home page, web link.
Yeah, that's the one I went to. Yeah, so I didn't see any images there, so I just clicked to search images instead. Here's from Obsidian forums.
Exactly is for that, but I use it for UML.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I would rather forget about UML, but clunky. So how do I add
and with
UML?
ADHD, using UML is a must too.
Okay. Well, let's actually search for UML then. Well, this looks pretty, but that's not there, right? Let's do Obsidian. Let's go to all. Was that all? Oh, subscribe
UML,
thingy.
ticking list, to-do list, all good stuff to not forget the path.
Okay. Yeah. So I spoke to my kids. So I'm thinking we won't start the other thing, but we can finish looking at this. So just show me how you do this. How do I add it to Obsidian? It should be like just clicking a simple thing and it see the syntax. Okay. Okay, so just an arrow.
On the page I've sent you there is a section of tutorials.
Okay. I went to that one, but I thought there were no images, and I just wanted this quick view, you know. So I also want specific for Obsidian. I just want to see how to type it in Obsidian. Because it's text, you know, so you should be able to type it. So I don't see anything. I don't want to do tutorials. So here was mermaid open toolbar view. So if I do this in my document here in Obsidian, oh well, nothing happens. It doesn't convert it automatically. Will I have to install a plugin that's already like pre-existing for it to work? Is it a core plugin? Audio recorder. Okay, I can turn this off.
I didn't install any plugins, and the community plugins are not even enabled.
Okay. I just realized that I could disable stuff here. So, why not, you know? So, lots of these are installed or enabled by default. So, let's assume then that we would have something somewhere to add this. How do I add something here? What do I type or click? There's lots of right click, I know too. You can like make tables here. You can insert stuff, tables. Okay, community plugins are not. Yeah, I'm curious how to do it, but I won't dig into it more because I'm not going to use it. I'm just a bit curious since you're talking about it. So,
Tukiat Duki says,
thanks.
Mermaid graph TD, A
Because the
greater
one I
than
tried
B,
didn't
A
work.
greater than C, B greater than D, C greater than D.
Okay, so it doesn't work in preview, is that the thing? Do I have to go to the full mode? I'd never use it. Reading. No. Not reading either. So nothing for me that doesn't work. The same as the test I did from the page. This bit.
Superimposer says,
The syntax is simple, mermaid all the graph you want.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. Right?
Exactly like Tuki wrote.
Yeah, so why can't I see it? Why can't I see it then? So this was the test one. If you say it's supposed to be mermaid here too, let's do mermaid. Right? Should this work too? And maybe a semicolon? No. It's just one arrow here. This is from the example here.
Always on separate line.
Yeah, okay. So
Mermaid?
yeah, I'm changing it.
The graph.
So still nothing. Yeah, so we have these. It's a start and the end. They say this is not a format. Well, I need mermaid here and graph here, right? That's probably it. Error passing mermaid diagram. So we got something now. There's a problem. It's supposed to be graph up here too.
Exactly.
No. No type detected. So let's undo that. So
No, only mermaid.
yeah. So it wanted a graph, a type, and this is a graph. So what is it? Unrecognized text. Lexical error. It's not typing the D at the end. By the way, let me check. Meanwhile, so time is flying, you know, it's almost 17. And
Oh, I see. Remove the.
Remove which? This one. Remove
TD without the point and comma.
Okay. No semicolon here.
I don't know the English name.
Yeah. Expecting new line got node string.
Semicolon right.
Yeah, semicolon. So, is there not supposed to be any semicolons there? It's like expecting new line, so where did it say? At the A.
And
So?
everything on a new line.
Oh, right. So no semicolons at all, or what? On line 2. So it doesn't see this. This is supposed to be it's on line 2. If I could just have seen an example that was not working. So this is their example. Open
Graph
toolbar
TD
view.
on the same line.
Okay, so graph TD on the same line. Yeah, you said everything on different lines, that's why. So lexical error on line 2.
Tukiat Duki says, go on the site, you have an live editor.
Okay. I just don't wanna. Here. So if I were to copy this and paste it in here, then it works. Nice. So how do I edit it? I can just arrow in. Flowchart TD, and these are probably right. Did it change how it looked? I think it looks the same, right? we should get enough money to buy all 3, right? Of course. So I can't click it, but if I arrow in, I can edit it, right? Nice. So I don't see anything I would want this for. But now I know it exists. That's nice, so thank you. Let's actually add this to the notes, but not here. Let's add it to the obsidian note. We were already down here before, so